Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Naruto was in Game of Thrones Part 5 finale. Something went wrong in the battle. Maybe it was Kakashi, maybe it was Obito. He didn't know. Now none of them were here anymore. He didn't know what was going on in this empty, barren world. He'd figure it out anyway. And in the process maybe he'll help save the world too, when winter comes. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. Naruto left the stone drum and turned towards the gates leading out of the castle, his bow and 3 arrows in his right hand while the left remained empty. He slowly stretched out the fingers of that hand before relaxing them and then stretching them again. The inner 2 gates were still open, allowing him to pass beyond them without issue. Should the first wall fall, the defenders still capable of doing so would retreat behind the second, only to repeat the process with the third and innermost wall should it become necessary. That would not be the case today. A heavy wooden bar closed the outermost gate from the inside, with a solid iron portcullis presenting an additional line of defense. Naruto ignored both and ascended the nearby steps to the top of the wall. Men waited or made final preparations while others carefully watched the horizon, hoping for some glimpse of the coming danger. Bolts and arrows rustled as sheaves were moved around and placed within easy reach of the crossbowmen and archers. The morning fog was thick and widespread, more than enough to hide ships inside it, if not entire fleets. Bad conditions for ranged weapons, but the higher position of the castle meant that the last approach was clearly visible, even if the shoreline wasn't. Naruto did not need his eyes right now, to know what was out there in the water. Damned fog. Samandru, the captain of Dragonstone's guards, muttered next to him, leaning forward, gauntleted hands gripping onto the top of one of the grotesques serving as melons. You have fought in fog before? Naruto asked in a moment of idle curiosity. He had spent time with many of the soldiers on Dragonstone, Samandru among them, but discussing past battles wasn't always a popular topic of conversation. On Bloodstone. The man glanced at him for a moment. The sellswords and pirates were already inclined to hide, and foggy days made it even more unbearable. Sometimes you couldn't even see your own bloody sword. I know the feeling, Naruto answered absently, eyes fixed on the horizon, where the ships would be barely within view by now. Enough waiting. Take care of any stragglers that make it to shore, would you? What do you? Before Samandru could finish his question, Naruto vaulted over the battlements to land outside the walls, knees bending to absorb the impact. Have you gone mad? Came the shout from above, but he did not turn, only waving the man off from over his shoulder before he entered the first tendril of fog clinging to the descending path. Naruto walked the simple road to the docks and the small village situated there at a relaxed pace, thinking of memories years old by now. He could not see far, but it did not bother him much. It had been no lie when he had said that he knew the feeling. The village was mostly abandoned, the people having fled for the castle or another part of the island or even the coast of the mainland, except for the most stubborn of them, who had barred windows and doors and hid themselves in their homes. There were usually ships and boats all over the place, but now there were only those vessels belonging to Dragonstone itself floating in the harbor, moored some ways away. Naruto stepped onto one of the docks and continued to walk, before finally coming to a stop at the very end, only water beyond where he now stood. The fog and the wet air and the water, the sound of waves lapping the shore. It all brought him back to Tizuna and the land of waves. To the bridge, and the young boy Inari gripped with grief for his dead father. To Zabuza and Haku, and his first real taste of the danger of battle and being a shinobi. What did it mean that he now found himself in the same situation again? Fog hid the world and there were people behind him he wanted to protect, only this time, if anything, he was the hunter. He had doubts and reservations, but this was neither the time nor the place for them. Tipping his head back, Naruto looked up at the sky. Morning circled above him, and he knew that Ashura was likely keeping a close eye on everything from up there. It felt good, in a way, to be worried about, even if it was unnecessary. With a deep breath that smelled of salt and rain, of brimstone and ash, Naruto took another step forward. The soles of his boots touched water and he did not sink. Then he fell into a run. Water splashed with his steps, and he felt a familiar sort of anticipation growing inside himself as he moved closer, even if he could not see the ships. Minutes later, when the fog had lessened in thickness, the shadows and shapes in front solidified into the rounded prow of a ship. There were more on both sides, making 8 in total, slowly cutting their way through the water and towards Dragonstone. They brought war with them, but the men on them had a good reason for their actions. A reason he agreed with. But Dragonstone did not need to be their target. He beckoned for the water in the air with the barest touch of chakra, in a moment of inspiration copying the same hand seals he remembered from Zabuza. His right hand in front, 2 fingers extending away from his bow and arrows and his left hand raised up to the sky. Fog thickened again, just slightly. Enough so that he could move unseen for a moment longer. A chakra-enhanced jump allowed Naruto to clear the height of the ship right in front of him. Quietly landing on the wooden railing, he looked around. He could see a few men on the ship he was now on, the fog obscuring their shapes but not their presence. Sticking himself to the line connecting the very tip of the prow to the top of the mast, Naruto ran up, but before he reached the crow's nest he hopped onto the horizontal wooden bar at the top of the sail. There was a lookout at the top of the mast, trying to pierce the fog with a far eye, but he ignored the man for now. Standing to his full height, Naruto made his choice. This was giving up the element of surprise, an action a calculating part of him named folly. But these men deserved a chance. It was quiet except for the smooth sound of water being parted by wood and the wind rolling in the large pieces of canvas. Pitching his voice to carry, he addressed the 8 ships. Men of the Veil. Naruto called, piercing the silence, prodding the wind to carry his words far and wide. Your plans have been discovered. Dragonstone is prepared to defend itself. The men responsible for this war are not here. There was movement next to him as well as below, men reacting to the sudden words with surprise and unrest, shouting for comrades and grabbing for weapons that had been left within reach before. Strike your sails and you will be left in peace. If you do not, your lives are forfeit. You will not reach Dragonstone's shores uncontested, he promised, peripherals keeping track of the lookout in the nearby crow's nest. There was most likely a bow or crossbow to hand. Ashura's counts through Morning's eyes put the total number of soldiers somewhere above 500. Men that did not need to die for nothing. But he had said his piece, had drawn his line. Had given them the choice. Their fate was in their own hands now. Taking one of the 3 arrows he had brought, Naruto notched the projectile and waited. The lookout had noticed his position by now and was hastily grabbing for whatever weapon he had brought up to the crow's nest with him. To arms, someone bellowed below him, followed by the sound of dozens of men reacting to the command, grabbing weapons and armor, or searching for the nearest sergeant to give them exact orders. The enemy is near. A horn blew, long and loud, echoing across the water and calling for battle. More shouting followed, from the other ships, and hundreds of men readied themselves for combat against foes they could not see. Naruto released his frustration and doubts in a deep breath and relaxed the hold his chakra had on the fog. They had made their choice. The metal clang of a crossbow being cocked sounded from his side and Naruto closed his heart. He drew his bow, aimed with a glance, and released the shaft in a smooth motion he had spent moons to master. Iron tip met flesh and then there was fletching sprouting from the lookout's throat, leaving the man to die slowly in his crow's nest. Notching another arrow, Naruto changed direction with a twist, his balance on the thin wood a matter of reflex and not of conscious thought. There were 4 boats on this side of his own. Drawing his bow, he called on his chakra, sharpening, grinding, and making the arrow more than it had been. Widening the impact, strengthening its penetration. In the lightening fog none of the sails moved but for the sea breeze. A heartbeat later he loosened the second shaft, his target not any man, but the outermost ship itself. Wood had no choice but to yield beneath his wind, and the arrow punched through the outer hull on his side and then exited the ship on the other below the waterline, leaving behind 2 holes big enough for a head to fit through. Water would enter the hull, leaving the ship to sink if the crew did not manage to fix the holes quick enough. If they did not. Likely, some of the men were already armored, some not, but with or without, it was unlikely that any would be able to swim all the way to shore. It was simply too far. Only the sea could save them. Naruto could have done the same thing with the remaining arrow, but despite all his efforts his chakra was still far from limitless, and he had another use in mind for most of what remained. He still needed enough to get back to shore himself too. He could not see sigils or the flow of command through the fog, to take out anyone important with a well-aimed arrow, but he needed his hands free for a moment. Well, there was one easily identifiable target nearby. Notching the last of the arrows he had brought, he drew and took aim at the lookout of the next ship on the side that had remained untouched until now. The fog was still thick enough to hide everything but his silhouette, but that was all he needed. Dragonbone flexed once his fingers were no longer holding the string, propelling the arrow forward at high speeds. The tip found its target in the lookout's neck, and another man died. Grabbing for a kunai he drove the steel into the wood he was balancing on, and then left his bow dangling from the grip, the blade buried deep enough not to budge even with the added weight. That done, Naruto let himself drop, right hand grabbing for his sword even as he was still falling. The wind was his to command, but he was still much better when strengthening a motion than when he was creating one whole cloth. His feet hit the railing, steel met the air, and he raised his sword high, chakra already gathering. He needed sharpness and force here, and enough power to bridge the distance. The 4th ship had been out of range, but the 3 that remained were close enough. Left hand braced against the flat of his blade, Naruto relaxed his hold on the wind slightly. It roared up in a spiral around the steel, making the sword 2 feet longer, only his will keeping it from scattering away. It was more than half the chakra he could bring to bear and the most destructive thing he could currently accomplish. Squaring his shoulders, Naruto made the cut and let wind tear. With a howl the wind screamed forward like a blade all its own, fog dispersing before the superior might. The ships were hard wood, made to withstand the fury of the sea. They stood no chance at all. Wood split with nary a sound, and then the ships were ships no more. With a groan of wood all 3 hulls parted along the line he had slashed, and men screamed in pain and then fear, as their vessels began capsizing and the sea rose to meet them. Behind him, someone approached. Naruto heard the creak of wood, the rustle of mail, and he turned around without truly thinking about it, right hand already moving to intercept the sword coming for his head with his own blade. Steel met and he struck out with his left hand. The strike to the throat had the man choking for breath regardless of the loose mail collar, opening a window. Twisting the two locked blades, Naruto opened the Grafton man's guard and lashed out with a kick to the knee. Bone and cartilage yielded, the leg gave out, and the man died with a kunai punching through both the hand clutching at his windpipe and the top of the mail collar underneath. Naruto ignored the blood splattered on his glove and moved on. People never died pretty. There was chaos of an entirely different sort happening on this ship, men running around in disorder as they tried to face a threat they still thought to be coming from the sea, the fog having obscured the short altercation. To hide their exact numbers, the men from Vale had in large part been hidden in the hold below deck. Now, men were forcing their way onto the deck, as orders were shouted into the confusion, and men searched the surrounding waters for enemy ships only to find none. Spears and bows, men, someone called nearby, and Naruto had his next target. He faded into the fog, still clinging to the deck, moving away from the spot where his wind had cleared the air in the direction of the sinking ships. Prevent boarding. Men gathered to the commands, forming up at the railing as commanded, but they found no enemy ships to loosen a volley at, or men trying to jump from one deck to another through the fog. But they were looking towards the sea now, and the other ships that were still intact. Their commander wore mail and a helmet, making the man better protected than most of the others on deck. Even though his words had alerted the crews to his presence, few had been able to armor themselves as they usually would when facing combat. Donning plate in full took longer than he had given them until now, but throwing on some protection was better than nothing. For the most part, mail or padded cloth were the only things standing in his way, and against that he didn't even need the wind. Still, he exchanged his sword for his dagger. Reflex still made him reach for a kunai, but he had a moment for deliberate actions, and the spell-forged metal would find no resistance at piercing anything he would encounter or have any chance of dulling. Naruto was one man among many on the deck, no more noticeable than a leaf in the treetops, and that allowed him to move unhindered until he was right behind the man in Grafton colors shouting orders. He could not say who the man was exactly, despite the colors and sigil. Perhaps it was Mark Grafton, as the letters had claimed the leader of these men to be, or perhaps it was somebody else claiming the same blood and lineage. It didn't matter to him. He moved to strike, Valyrian steel placed to slide through the mail beneath the arm and right into the heart. Enemy on deck, came the bellowing shout from where Naruto had come from, changing the focus of the men from the Vale. Enemy OHRK. His target managed no more in his attempt to repeat the words, breath driven from the stocky man's lungs in a grunt as metal found the heart. The man would die in seconds, but Naruto had more important things to focus on now. Strangled words behind you would attract any man's attention, and when you were on a battlefield with an enemy in your lines, even more so. Men turned to face him, different sigils and colors on their breasts or arms or the rare shield. The first man was still surprised and unprepared when Naruto cut him down, as were the second and the third. A kick threw the fourth back into his comrades, giving him enough room to turn and block the mace screaming towards him by putting his vambrace in the path of the wooden haft. A punch to the throat put the man in Royce colors out of commission for now, and Naruto continued to move. He was outnumbered to the extreme, his only chance of success staying on the move and using the fog to obscure his movements on the deck. More people met him as he continued to move, and the fog subtly thickened as the wind continued to bring the ships closer to Dragonstone. Instinct took over and thoughts faded away among the Song of Steel, as he cut down man after man. His arms and legs simply moved, following the patterns he had ingrained through hundreds of hours of practice and experience. Men fought and struggled in the confusion and chaos. And they fell. By the time he slowed, blood caked his gloves and armor. Men he had not counted, dead beneath his steel. But he did not allow himself to think about that. There were more in front of him, still standing, still living. But not willing to fight him anymore. They had thrown down their arms, the corpses that littered the deck visible even through the fog. The closest man's eyes widened in panic. Something moved behind Naruto, and feathers cut through the fog. He turned around, ready to defend and turn whatever attack was coming at him around, but there was no need to bother. Brown feathers filled his vision, wings covering the attacker from his sight in a brutal embrace as knife-like talons ripped into flesh. The Valorman screamed in agony, arms flailing around in an attempt to stop the pain. But Morning had found a grip and would not be dislodged easily, lashing out with her beak again and again as her talons tightened, legs straining and trying to crack bone. Stepping forward, Naruto grabbed a hold of one of the struggling arms and buried Valyrian steel through the simple gamisen stitched with black studs on bronze. The Royce man died quickly after, though Morning continued to scold as she violently ripped herself free from the man's face. With a flap of powerful wings she gripped onto his arm, bloody talons clanging against his reddened vambrace. Gold-rimmed black met his eyes and Naruto could see the human worry there. "Thank you," he said simply, trying for the barest of smiles. "But stay above from now. I'm nearly done." After holding his gaze for a moment longer, Morning spread her wings and flew, rapidly gaining height with every flap of feathers. Naruto turned towards the surrendered men and picked out the first that looked to be in any kind of charge. He was not the only one to look terrified, an expression that only increased once the man realized that Naruto was moving towards him. "You," he said dispassionately, pointing at the man with his bloody dagger. "Tell everyone else to stand down. Strike your sails or turn your ships around. I don't care to repeat myself again. You won't reach Dragonstone." His piece said. Naruto looked around for a moment, before walking off. The lull in combat made dark thoughts try to worm their way to the forefront of his mind, but he ignored them for now. This wasn't over, not quite yet. Climbing the rigging, he ascended the mast, senses alert for any further attempts at resistance. But there were none, and soon the confusion of trying to find the person in charge and someone who could act as captain began. At the top of the mast Naruto collected his bow and kunai, eyes moving first to one side of the ship and then the other. Even through the fog the difference was clear. The three ships on one side were unharmed, the men aboard largely oblivious to the exact situation, while those that had been on the other side were nowhere to be seen. He hoped that the first three would follow along in abandoning their plans, though whether for their sake or his own, Naruto wasn't sure. Shouts echoed across the water, and then the same horn that had announced combat at the start sounded again, two long blasts calling for a retreat. He felt the ship change direction slightly and exhaled a grateful breath, the remaining adrenaline leaving him in a rush. Descending the line he had used to climb up the first time around, Naruto jumped down, boots splashing against the surface of the water, and then he was running. Somehow, the way seemed longer this time, though it was considerably shorter, and yet it passed too quickly for his tastes. He stepped onto the dock with numb legs, vision going grey for a moment and nausea filling his stomach. There was someone else nearby, coughing their lungs out and struggling to breathe. A foe, Naruto knew, one of the lucky ones. He left the man be. A sea breeze blew, gently ruffling his hair, but instead of sea and salt and fish, he could only smell blood. He swallowed the taste, forcing it away, but the dark thoughts remained. Naruto walked up the beach in a daze, simply putting one foot in front of the other, blind to his surroundings. He felt horrified, of himself, of what he had just done. He hated killing, always had, but he was good at it, especially in this world. Maybe too good. The outer gate was opened and the portcullis raised when he reached the wall, and no one stopped him as he walked beneath the murder holes, simply letting him pass unhindered. They only watched silently. Naruto could see the fear in the looks he received, in the way men tried to hurriedly make space for him as he passed, in the eerie quiet of the castle. He did not think he had ever wanted anything less than to be feared by others. But that derisive whisper did not matter right now, not really. There was only thing he wanted to see right now, one certainty for him to grasp and hold on to. He heard the quick steps coming towards him before he had passed the second gate, growing louder with every moment. Naruto. His eyes focused and he saw Ashura, completely fine. Unharmed and untouched, only the way she had to squint even over the short distance serving as a reminder of the way she herself had participated in the carnage. Stepping close, Naruto bowed his head until his forehead was leaning against her shoulder, and then he closed his eyes. He didn't want to talk right now, not even to her. Everything was too much, and Naruto felt like a stranger in his own body, but this was helping, slightly. Simple quiet, and knowing that he had at least succeeded in his goal. All that violence had not been entirely senseless. Ashura's arms rose to gently encircle his head, a comfort he accepted eagerly. Her breath was warm against his ear, as was the whisper that followed. "My champion." Waves broke against the cliffs below him, his legs dangling over Dragonstone's rocky southern edge. Here, Naruto could not see the remains of broken ships and broken men drifting in the water, and the sunset was only a deep red glimmer in his peripherals. 24 survivors, washed up on shore like even the sea did not want them, after he had demolished their ships or forced them overboard in the fighting. What did it say about what he had done, that 20 men more or less did not truly change anything? That had not been battle, not even really a fight in truth. He had slaughtered those men, plain and simple. What did it say about him, that he was capable of that? Naruto drove a frustrated fist into the dark rocks at his side with a crunch, small cracks spreading from the impact because of the force he had used. His knuckles burned and throbbed, but the pain was better at focusing his mind than any amount of deliberation had been, and he would be completely healed in minutes anyway. He had been sitting here for hours now, alone with his thoughts, simply reflecting and trying to work out everything that was on his mind. Mostly, he had not gotten very far. Reaching for one of the pouches at his belt, Naruto retrieved his headband. The black cloth was soft against his calloused skin and the metal a cool, steady comfort. He had not worn it since Karth and it felt even less appropriate to do so now. Would he have done that for Konoha? If there had been shinobi from Otogakure coming to attack, would he have killed them until they surrendered and fled? Would he have kept going if they hadn't? Fingers tracing the leaf etched into the steel, he watched the waves crash against volcanic rock, sea spray wetting the air. Ugh, he cried in frustration, standing up and beginning to pace. Why did these things have to be so damn difficult? Naruto. His eyes widened at the unexpected interruption and Naruto could not help a broad smile coming to his lips. He reached for his center and pulled, and his surroundings changed in the blink of an eye. Inside the seal everything was as it had been, no gates in sight, water lapping at his ankles, and Kurama's gigantic form sprawled out on the ground, limbs too thin, and presence dangerously weak. His eyes were still closed too, but Kurama felt a little better than he had for 2 years. Kurama. I'm awake, came the grumbled reply, with the smallest possible movement of the jaws. A few long strides and Naruto was close enough to lay a hand on the side of Kurama's nose. "Man, you seriously had me worried for a while. And you are lucky there are no Yamanakas in this world, and that people do not know you harbor me." Kurama opened one crimson eye for a moment, anger and frustration warring with exhaustion in the ancient gaze. "You are stubborn, but I had not thought you incapable of adjusting. It annoys me, and you are doing us both a disservice." Naruto matched Kurama's gaze and then had to suppress the reflex to reach up and scratch the back of his head, realizing the truth in those words. "I am, aren't I?" He squared his shoulders and gave the fox a small, lopsided smile. "Thanks, I think I needed that." Kurama closed his eye again. "Now leave me to my rest, this drained what little chakra I was able to store. And don't expect me to do this again." Blinking his eyes, Naruto found himself back on the cliffs of Dragonstone, Kurama's intent heard loud and clear. No matter how much the old fox tried to pretend otherwise, deep down he was looking out for him in his own rough way. He had been the one to do it, swinging steel of his own accord every time. Accept it and move on. Naruto punched himself in the cheek for being an idiot. He knew the answers already. He had been drifting, for a long time now. It was time for that to stop. Running his thumb across the leaf symbol one more time, he plunged into the pool of his memories of home. Of the Academy and Team 7, of Tsunade and Jiraiya, of all the other members of his class. Ishiraku Ramen, the Hokage Monument, the friends and allies he had made. Good memories. Time he put them to rest. Time he went his own way. He left the pool, took a deep breath, and flicked his wrist. His headband went flying, but Naruto did not see it get lost among the waves, already turning away on his way back to the castle. There was something else he wanted to do, something he had spent much time on as well. The path around the Dragonmont was long and treacherous for ordinary people, but jumping and climbing along the steep sides was no problem for him, and it took only a few minutes for Dragonstone to come into view. Instead of entering the castle normally, Naruto took the most direct route, clambering up the walls with the lightest touch of chakra when necessary. He did the same with the stone drum, his goal clear in his mind. When he had reached the right window, Naruto grabbed onto the sill and pulled himself up and inside. "Ashura," he said, attracting her attention. He had made no attempt to conceal his entrance and she was already turning her head towards him. She stood from her desk, where she had been poring over a map of the 7 kingdoms, small notes scratched into the parchment with ink. "Are you well?" Ashura asked softly and without accusation, despite his long and unexplained absence after the events of the day. Morning had seen him near noon, so Ashura had known where he was the whole time. But he had been left in peace, something Naruto was immensely grateful for. He smiled, and felt his heartbeat quicken in his chest. "Yes. I am now. I'm glad." Naruto hesitated for a last moment and then crossed the distance between them with 2 long strides. He had never thought of himself as nervous, meeting unknown things with enthusiasm and a carefree smile, but in this moment he felt anxiety's grasp. He had thought long and hard about what to say, considered as many angles to the situation as he could, but in the end, there was only one thing he could do. Speak from the heart. Naruto took Ashura's soft hands in his own, thumbs gently stroking along the back for a moment, and met her expectant eyes. "I have no name to give you, not one that would mean anything anyway, and no lands I call my own. The only thing I can offer you is myself. Who and what I am, to stand by your side in war and peace. If you would have me." He grimaced for a moment, but he was sure of this, no matter his feelings on his own actions. Your side, Ashura, he repeated. I will not serve the king, and I don't yet know if I can do so for the prince either. Waiting in the short silence that followed his words was one of the most nerve-wracking things he had ever done. Yes, Ashura breathed, an elated smile on her lips and joy sparkling in her eyes. He had never thought her more beautiful than now. Yes, of course I would have you. Naruto smiled too, wide and uncontrollable, feeling lighter than he had in some time. He did not know who moved first, but they were embracing a moment later, insistently sharing uncomplicated closeness with each other. They both leaned back slightly, on some unseen signal, and their eyes met again. One of her hands lightly tugged at his hair, and Naruto was already moving forward on his own. Ashura's lips were sweet against his own, and kissing her was everything he had wanted it to be. His left hand moved to the small of her back, pressing her body flush with his own, and it took more willpower than Naruto cared to admit not to go further. Eventually, they were forced to separate, breaths coming quickly, but they did not break apart, and he gently pressed his forehead against her own. They stood like that for some time, simply content in each other's presence, before Ashura made a small correction to his former words, her voice a warm whisper shared between only them. Our side, not mine. You really are set on this? It was not a question, but Ashura still treated it like one. Yes, I am, she answered, after finishing the last bit of embroidery she had been working on, finally done working with the silver thread. Her gown was with the seamstress, but a maiden's cloak demanded a more personal touch. She might have worn the cloak her father has used to when wedding her mother, but that option was out of reach and would have still left her with a second one to prepare. Quite predictably, it turned out that preparing a wedding in only a few days was not easy. Holding the cloak up, Ashura inspected her work with a critical eye and judged it to be without visible flaws. Satisfied, she put it to the side before focusing fully on Lara. After seeing what he is capable of, can you tell me why I should not? But then, Lara had not seen, not really anyway. She and everyone else knew only that the attack had been averted and that the men of the Vale imprisoned on Dragonstone spoke only in terrified whisper if they did at all. Ships had sunk and men had died, but beyond that the fog had served well in hiding the exact events that had transpired. A storm out on the water in the night, surely, to weaken hulls and reduce the number of ships and men. Fortunate shallows invisible in the fog, to hole ships below the water and make them sink, creating disaster. Exaggeration and simple mistakes even. Perhaps it had never been 8 ships to begin with and someone had only miscounted or was even in on the trick. There had been 100 different attempts at an explanation for something unseen. Unsatisfying to the last, all of them. Ashura had seen. She had no need for theories or deliberation. She had seen an ordinary arrow hole a ship on both sides. Had seen a normal blade rip 3 ships apart at Naruto's command. Had seen Valyrian steel carve a bloody path through more than 100 knights and men at arms. It went beyond all she had ever known, beyond anything she had ever thought someone to possibly be capable of. That had been the stuff of heroes and myths, of legends centuries old. It was the realm of the gods and their champions. It's not that. Lara banished the thought with a wave of the hand. I saw him fight at Harengel as well, if you remember. He is deadly, no doubt about it, and it seems he is a good man too, but if you recall, life is more than goodness and warring. It is. Ashura agreed readily, and gave her friend a smile. If you are worried about my future, there is no need. My decision was not made on the spur of the moment. She reconsidered, and chose further truth. Well, not entirely, at least. It would have been a lie to say that she had not felt moved in that moment, pushed into acting as she had by her heart as much as her head, but there was more than emotion to base her decision on. Naruto might not have a name and lands, yet, but his abilities were more valuable than most lordships, if in a different way. Water could quickly become more valuable than gold in dawn, when the dry heat of the desert or the mountains sapped your strength and there were still leagues to the next water source. Just thinking about it for a moment brought ideas to her mind. New settlements and wells and roads, paths that had been unusable before allowing quicker connections between keeps or towns. More food meant more people, to craft or sow or harvest. Or mine, she added, because Naruto could find more than just water. It still boggled her mind, sometimes. As long as you are sure. Lara leaned back and took a sip of the wine she had been drinking the whole time. One hand running through the ends of her long mousy hair, she looked around the room, until her eyes came to rest on some of the parchment scattered on the nearby desk. Has your brother written? No, not yet. But even if he wrote the very same day my message reached him, the raven might not be here yet. By rights, her family should have been there to see her wed. Arthur, Illyria, Alaric and Kerala, they all would have been able to share the moment with her and joined in the celebrations. Her father would have been there to give Ashura away in the ceremony, and her mother would have advised on fabrics and colors for her gown and helped with stitching her cloak. But with the situation being what it was, those things could not be. Her father was dead, her mother often sick, Arthur had disappeared with Prince Roriga, and Alaric and the others were far away in Dawn. The realm was at war, and even during peace the journey from Starfall to Dragonstone was long and perilous. Without rebellion, her family would have surely thought to come despite that, but there was chaos in the Seven Kingdoms, chaos that could not be ignored, even for a wedding. Still, there was another issue produced by the fact that Arthur and Roriga were gone. The two of them were the ones who might have served as replacements for the ceremony, to bring her to the September and give her away in place of her late father or Alaric. When Ashura voiced that problem, Lara quickly had an answer. Why not take a page from history? Your family might not be here, but you are. She understood quickly. When Princess Nymeria had bound herself and her people to Dawn by marrying Mors Martell, she had defied tradition by giving herself away. Ashura did not feel inclined to replicate that same approach, but perhaps there was a workaround contained in it, nonetheless. She would have to reach an agreement, offer one thing so that this could be gained. But it was certainly a good way forward. One that appealed to her. Thank you, Lara, Ashura said and placed her own wine to the side to stand. Always happy to help, even if I'm not sure we are thinking quite the same thing. Lara raised her glass in a mock toast with a smile and took another sip of the sour vintage. Gracing her friend with a secretive smile, Ashura walked from the chamber. You will see. A few days later it was time. Ashura walked the path to Dragonstone's September with anticipation and nervousness worming its way through her stomach. Everything was in place and she had checked her hair and gown and jewelry 100 times in her looking glass. Instead of freely falling around her shoulders as they often did, her dark locks had been bound high today, baring her neck. Clear diamonds twinkled at her ears like distant stars, to fit the white samite and lace of her bodice and the long, dagged sleeves. In place of a necklace, she wore the brooch Naruto had gifted her, a spot of color to join her eyes against the contrast of light clothing and dark hair. Smoothing down the rich purple skirts a final time, she stepped out into the courtyard, prepared. Elia waited for her at steps leading into the September, olive skin still pale and dark rings around her eyes, only made more noticeable by her red and yellow gown accented in gold and polished copper. Alice stood with her, clad in pale blues and yellows, and allowed Elia to avoid having to stand under only her own power. Once Ashura reached them, she and Alice traded positions, leaving Elia to lean on her instead. The other woman entered the September by herself after a smile and an encouraging squeeze of the hand, leaving the two of them to themselves. Everyone else was already gathered inside. "Are you ready?" Elia asked her, dark eyes tired but strong. "Yes," Ashura answered, resolute, and they began walking, though she was leading Elia more than the other way around. They passed beneath the stone arch, sheltered for a moment in the rainbow rays thrown by the noon sun passing through the colored glass in the center of the roof, and then Ashura was able to take in what awaited her. Lara, Jane, Alice, and Maura stood at the front of the crowd on the right side of the September, with one empty spot reserved for Elia next to them. Rhaenys and Egon were on that side as well, with the two nursemaids tasked with their care. With them were the other guests of noble blood, lords big and small that were sworn to Dragonstone and had answered the sudden call. Lord Adrian Celtigar was clad in red on white, his proud cloak closed with a clasp made to resemble a crab's claw made from red gold. Lord Gunser had his head lowered in respect for the gods, moonstones shining at wrists and neck, while young Lord Montfort and his wife looked on in interest, exchanging a quiet whisper now and then. The left side was filled with Dragonstone's household knights, and those brought along by the guests that had arrived on the island, as well as the valued servants of the castle that had distinguished themselves through long and faithful service. Naruto waited for her at the marriage altar, where September stood with a crystal in hand, flanked by the statues of the mother and the father. His doublet was orange and yellow, with subtle silver accents along the buttons and cuffs, a cloak carefully folded over his right forearm. Belted at his waist was his Valyrian steel dagger, for once the only weapon he carried on his person. He smiled at her, a simple joyful thing, uncaring of everyone else in the building and his eyes only for her, a swirl of emotions hidden in their depths. Ashura matched that gaze all the way through the September, an answering expression on her own face. Upon reaching the altar, Ashura opened the silver clasp around her throat, allowing Elia to pull the maiden's cloak from her shoulders and move to her spot among the guests, walking those few slow steps unassisted before handing off the purple cloak to Lara and subtly leaning on Alice again. Her role had been small and ceremonial, but vital, nonetheless. Normally, the exchange of cloaks would have happened after the prayers and vows and singing, but this arrangement asked less of Elia's health and was a minor adjustment all things considered. Naruto moved behind her after that, unveiling the cloak of his own protection. He had no sigil or true colors of his own, much less a family cloak of some kind, but that issue had been settled quickly. Largely, it resembled the cloak she had only just shed. It was thin in the Dornish style and embroidered with the star and sword of House Dane in white, but that was where the differences began. The body of silk was closer to a dark blue than the pure purple of her house in color, and instead of silver thread and mother of pearl highlighting the shooting star they did so for the sword, which had been reversed to have the tip point at the ground instead of the sky. Along the edges, Ashura had added small, white patterns, curling and drifting along, painting a picture of fresh breezes and lazy gales, of sudden gusts and mighty squalls. The wind in different styles. When no challenge was made audible, Naruto brought the silk about her shoulders, the material billowing around her as he unfurled it with a flourish. His fingers lingered for a fleeting moment after he had closed the silver clasp set with an amethyst around her neck, the digits warm on gown and skin before he moved to stand at her side again. September began the prayers and hymns then, leading all of them in the recitals and singing, though Lord Gunser's sunglass was the loudest voice in the September, only rarely outdone by Ryoeni's high-pitched giggles. Naruto followed it all as if he had grown up among the seven and their septs, and not in the far east. At the start she had thought that he was only moving his lips without making a sound, but he recited the verses just as she did. He must have spent a large part of the last days on memorizing everything. 7 vows, 7 promises, 7 blessings, and 7 songs, before it was finally time. At September's encouragement they turned towards each other, purple eyes meeting blue for more than a short glance again, and Naruto sought her hands to give them a gentle squeeze. Ashura began, "With this kiss I pledge my love, and take you for my lord and husband." "With this kiss I pledge my love," Naruto echoed, "and take you for my lady and wife." Ashura leaned forward, just as he did, and they met for a deep kiss. It was far from their first or second. The last few days had not been without contact between them, though they had restrained themselves from much more than this, but it still felt different now. More, in some way she did not care to consider more deeply. When they separated again, September raised his crystal high, the light reflecting in the many-sided stone as he addressed the September's occupants. "Here in the sights of gods and men, I do solemnly proclaim Naruto of the Uzumakis of the East, and Ashura of House Dane to be man and wife, one flesh, one heart, and soul, now and forever, and cursed be the one who comes between them." Ashura felt warm and overwhelmed with joy, and could not keep the smile from her face, an issue Naruto seemed to be struggling with just as much. There were polite exclamations, smiles and congratulations, and happy squeals from Princess Ryoeni's as they walked from the September to continue with the activities of the day, but Ashura did not pay most of it any mind. Looking back, it all felt like a blur. The ceremony, the vows, the feast and celebrations that followed, the dancing, even the ribald remarks and furtive hands as she was carried and undressed in preparation for the bedding. Then they were together in their chambers, only the two of them. She had been left in her small clothes and a thin shift, while only knee-length braids still covered Naruto. Lara and Mora had pulled his undertunic from him and loudly joked about him looking warrior enough to already be proficient with his sword. And he did. Naruto was a warrior to the bone, in body and spirit. Ashura could see that clear as day in the cozy chamber, the flickering of candles and the fire in the hearth throwing moving shadows across his bare torso that only underlined his physique. She watched his back from her position on the bed, watched the muscles move under the skin as he poured some wine for them, and could not help but picture how her hands would look slowly gliding across it all, familiarizing herself with all of it, all of him. It was a tantalizing thought, and she realized that there was no reason anymore not to indulge in it. This was the time for the two of them, to become and be husband and wife in the way that their vows in the September had already promised each other. One flesh, one heart, one soul, now and forever. Ashura stood, bare feet padding over the cool stone floor not covered by Mirish carpets until she reached Naruto just as he finished pouring the second glass. She laid her fingers over his wrist, tugging at his arm so he would follow. Looking at him as she walked backwards to the bed, she could see the question in his gaze. "The wine will still be there later." "Of course." Naruto smiled, his eyes dark with desire. Quick as the wind, he surged forward, closing the gap, and only his hands on her kept Ashura from stumbling as their lips met. They were only steps from the bed, but then she did not care anymore and only the moment mattered. His tongue beckoned for entrance, and she gave it gladly. Even through her shift, everywhere their bodies touched she felt his warmth and she pressed herself even closer in effort to feel more of it. One hand cradled his neck, while the other found his heart, palm flat against the skin, pressed between their bodies. Naruto's heart beat a quick, steady rhythm that only grew faster as they continued. Hands tugged at her hips, grabbing the thin garment, and their lips separated only long enough for Naruto to raise the shift over her head and discard it to the side, where it was promptly forgotten. Ashura released a moan as his lips moved to her neck, his hands trailing warmth up and down her sides before beginning to free her of her small clothes. Her own hands were not idle, one hand fisted in his hair, nails a light pressure against his scalp, while the other traced a path down his body, caressing the lines of his muscles on the way south. She felt him against her lower body, stiff and hot, but before she could reach her prize, Naruto's deft fingers accomplished their task. Silk small clothes fell away with another insistent tug, and then his hands were warm against her uncovered rear and breasts. Naruto lightly nipped at her throat, but before he could move lower, Ashura tucked his head upwards again, her lips meeting his own in a bruising kiss. The fingers of her other hand found his laces and quickly worked to undo them so no more clothing stood in her way. Just as she succeeded, his other hand dropped to her hips and then drew a path further down, fingers grabbing a hold of her thighs. He lifted her up and surprise overwhelmed her mind for a moment, making her dig her fingers into his scalp. Her legs closed around his waist, giving her support besides just his hands, and Ashura could feel him smile against her lips. Ankles and hand working together, she pushed the thin clothing down his hips, allowing her fingers to finally encircle his length, applying gentle pressure to the stiff organ. Naruto groaned appreciatively into their kiss, one hand settling on her waist as he slowly walked closer to the bed. The other was still on her thigh, pressing her close, making sure there was no more space between them than absolutely necessary. The feather mattress met her back as he laid her down and their lips separated with a final, wanting moment of contact. Naruto straightened from where he had been hovering just above her, eyes locked with her own, and both of their breaths came in harsh pants in an effort to replace the air they had been disregarding. She had been called beautiful in the past, and not rarely, but underneath that heavy gaze and naked as the day she was born, she felt more beautiful than she ever had. What nervousness Ashura still felt went entirely ignored in the face of her desire to continue. There would be some pain, she knew, but not for very long and more than worth the price for what would follow. Instead of tarnishing the moment with words, she simply beckoned him forward with the slightest pull, a command Naruto was more than happy to follow. Leaning down, his left hand cradled her neck, thumb stroking her cheek before he kissed her again, slow and sweet and in a way that inexplicably made her blush. Her hand guided his length to her slick heat as his own quested up her side, a feather touch against the skin above her ribs on the way to her breast, where he applied a gentle pressure. The first touch had both of them moaning into their kiss, the sound mingling with their contact. Ashura tightened her legs, making her heels dig into his back, preventing him from moving any way but forward, though Naruto needed no encouragement in that regard. Their bodies joined in truth, and they lost themselves to the pleasure. "You are sure of this?" Ashura asked quietly while she watched Naruto begin to dress himself. The sun was only just beginning to peek over the horizon and even the servants were only just starting their days, but he was already completely awake. One elbow leaning on the pillow, she unashamedly ogled his barely covered form. "Yes." Naruto nodded and gave her a comforting smile. "Would that I could stay here with you and ignore everything else that is happening, but I can't do that. Not when I know I could make a difference. Perhaps I could convince you otherwise." Ashura raised the furs and blanket warding her from the chilly spring morning with the other arm, giving him a tantalizing peek at what lay underneath and inviting him with a teasing smile. She still ached from their activities, but she did not care. Naruto stopped reaching for an undertunic to give her a smoldering look, desire in his sharp eyes. He stepped close to the bed and dipped a knee into the feather mattress, looming over her for a moment, before leaning down to meet her lips in a kiss that told her exactly what he wanted right now. Ashura let herself be pushed onto her back, yielding to the gentle pressure from above, one hand drifting into his hair to keep him just where he was, his right hand warm against her cheek. Naruto kissed her like she was the sweetest thing in the world and she could not get enough of it. It ended far too quickly for her taste, even if she was breathing heavily as they separated. "To think I married a temptress," he said, humor hidden under a thick layer of desire. Then he leaned down again and stole another kiss from her. Shorter and light, this time, but no less pleasing for it. "Some say that of all women from dawn," Ashura whispered, their breaths mingling. He chuckled and she smiled, but they could not remain in this shared moment forever. She could not help the wish to keep him by her side for longer, but it could not be. Naruto stood from the bed again, going back to clothing himself, and Ashura watched him quietly. She had tasks of her own to complete today, but there was still some time until she needed to be ready. Not long and her husband was fully dressed, everything he would take with him secured tightly in a pack he shouldered over his cloak. But there was one thing missing before she could let him go. Ashura threw off the furs and stood as well. Naruto took her in like a painting, eyes roving over every little inch of bared skin, even if he was already familiar with all of it after they had spent near the entirety of yesterday as husband and wife. She liked having him look at her like that. Her steps were quick as she crossed the cool floor of their chambers, past him and towards a small, circular wooden table just behind. Ashura felt his heavy gaze on her rear as she picked up her favor and she saw the smile on his lips as she turned around. Stepping close to him, she did what she had done the last time, quick fingers making sure that the purple silk would not easily loosen from Naruto's arm. Satisfied with her work, Ashura moved to cradle his face with both hands, and this time she felt no reason to stop herself. They said goodbye without need for words, and when they had separated, foreheads touching and fingers entwined, there was only one thing for her to add. "Be safe." It felt almost silly to say, knowing what he was capable of, but she said it all the same. King's Landing was dangerous and the Red Keep even more so, even the dungeons. Naruto smiled, but he was serious despite everything. "Of course." Ashura watched him leave after giving her hands a final squeeze, the wooden door closing behind him as he began on his path to the boat waiting for him at the docks. She already missed him. Taking a deep breath, she began to dress. She chose a lavender dress, simple and comfortable, and a grey cloak to keep her warm, closed at the front with the amethyst brooch she had worn for her wedding. Ready, she got to work. A few trips around the castle and all the arrangements that had not been handled in the last 2 days were made, leaving only the final piece. Back in the stone drum, Ashura found herself in a hallway with 2 guards in Targaryen livery, 2 additional men following in her steps. She chose the second room, and the guard allowed her entry without issue, already informed of what would happen today. The 2 men-at-arms she had brought waited outside. "Sir Miles," Ashura said in greeting, dipping into a shallow curtsy. "Lady Ashura," the Mutan knight returned neutrally, arms crossed and a hard look in his eyes. He had been watching the sea from his window when she had entered. "To what do I owe this honor?" "Mercy, you might say. You are being granted your freedom." Sir Miles did not visibly react for a few moments, simply watching. Then his lips drifted downward slightly, anger visible in the sneer that took over his face. "Returned, you mean?" "Rightfully. You had no cause to imprison me from the first, lying as you call me guest did not change that. Returned or granted, you have it again, Ashura said. Yet you are not welcome to Dragonstone's hospitality any longer. There is a ship at the docks waiting for you, ready to bring you north or south as you wish. Your belongings that are not in this room are already aboard. Turning back to the door, she pulled it open, admitting the two men she had brought with her into the room. Ben and Alan are here to accompany you to the docks. I wish you a safe voyage. Sir Miles hesitated for a moment, before complying willingly. Grabbing what possessions were important and to hand and stuffing them into a simple sack Ben gave him, he walked from the chamber. He might be bold, but he was clearly not intending to meet the stranger quite yet. When the steps had faded away, Ashura moved to accomplish the final task, her path bringing her down a flight of steps, through the gallery, and into the windwire, where morning greeted her with a happy and expectant trill. Her feathery companion did not complain at being removed from her cage or at being carried through the old castle back to her chambers. Once there, she let morning fly from the window, great wings unfurling to catch the air and allow her to climb through the sky. After shaking out her limbs a final time, Ashura sat down on a comfortable chair and leaned back, relaxing. After much practice it was much easier to find the connection to her eagle, the thread that tethered them to each other no matter the distance. Grasping that thread, she pulled, a slight tingling between her eyes before she was soaring, suddenly much sharper eyes taking in the world below her. Sir Richard had unwittingly revealed his missing knowledge to her and Naruto, but Sir Miles had not been so simple to trick. But if the man did know something, he would act on it, and she would be there to see it from up above. When Elia called for her, Naruto had been gone for more than a week already. As they had done the last 2 times they had met like this, they sat as allies on opposite sides of a negotiation, and not as a princess and her lady-in-waiting. Ethan Glover, he whispered into the darkness of the cell after opening the heavy iron-studded door. There were no windows or any other openings down here, only chilly blackness to keep you company. A shadowy form moved, no more than a twitch in the black, but the torch flickering at the very end of the hallway allowed the smallest bit of distinction to be made. Who? A voice croaked before dry, wheezing coughs made any more words unintelligible. An ally, Naruto replied, stopping short from naming himself a friend, not after what he had inadvertently inflicted on them. He lit a small torch and light flooded the cell, lifting the dark curtain from his eyes. Ethan huddled on the ground, squinting against the sudden brightness from where he was chained against the back wall with a thick iron chain. He was surrounded by dirty old straw, and the smell of days spent without the opportunity to wash or even relieve himself appropriately clung heavily to the air. He fumbled with the filled water skin Naruto handed him, hands shaking as he hastily brought it to lips dry from a combination of the cold and what must have been days with little to no food. Rivulets of water dribbled down Ethan's chin as he drank greedily, and Naruto allowed him a few deep gulps before beckoning him to slow down, lest he simply vomit all the liquid up again. What? Ethan coughed through a still dry throat, once half the skin had been emptied. What are you planning? The beginnings of a beard covered his jaw, but he somehow looked both older and younger than Naruto remembered. Bruises covered his visible skin and one of his wrists was clearly still in the process of healing after being broken, the skin swollen and red. I'm getting you out of here. In response, Ethan moved his leg, making the chain attached to the limb rattle loudly against the stone floor. How do you imagine that will work? Naruto moved closer and pulled out the keyring he had used to open the cell. Unfortunately, the same key did not open the manacle, and there were many attached to the large iron hoop. Too many, for him to want to waste time on trying them all. Discarding that idea, he chose a simpler approach. Passing his torch off to Ethan, he stashed the keys again and moved for the chain. Fingers closing around the link closest to Ethan's leg, he held the other side to the floor with a foot. A sharp twist, bringing all his strength aided by a touch of chakra to bear, and with a harsh shink the thick iron link snapped where it had been welded shut. The now freed Ethan made to stand, wide-eyed in his surprise, but he did not get far. Buckling knees almost made him collapse back to the floor before Naruto caught him. He ignored the obvious question in the younger man's eyes, simply steering him towards the door while allowing him to lean on his body. "Come on, let's get you out of here before anybody comes looking." Normally, no guards patrolled the black cells. Down here, below the Red Keep and its ordinary dungeons, there was little need for that, but there was no reason to tempt fate. The hallway outside the cold cell was illuminated by only a single torch at the very end, where steps led down and up to the other levels of the dungeons, and they made their way over to it as quickly as possible after Naruto had locked the door to the cell behind them. They passed through another gate, that he closed as well once they had left it behind. The sounds of snoring echoed from the stairs leading upwards, where the gaolers on duty slept of their drunken stupor, helped along by a pinch of sweet sleep. Ethan was near limping and strained to keep pace with him, but Naruto did not dare proceed too slowly. Senses on high alert for any sign of incoming trouble, he led the way down the steps to the 4th level of the dungeon. Another door marked the beginning of that section, opened from when he had come up that way. Placing the correct key in the lock on the side facing the stairs, Naruto pulled the door closed behind them. There was no more need for it, and a misplaced keyring that was eventually found would attract less attention than a missing one. Though the missing prisoner would do it without fail, once it was discovered, making that effort somewhat pointless. They continued. The small torch he carried did not manage to completely penetrate the darkness even further down, barely lighting their way for a few steps before its light was swallowed by darkness again. Fortuitous, in many ways, for Ethan did not need to see some of the sights left behind down here in forgotten torture chambers. Still, that light was enough to find his way through the corridors, down the steps and following tight, sloping hallways until they reached another gate. Ethan was breathing heavily and had broken into sweat many steps ago, but they did not slow or stop. How much longer? Ethan spat through gasping breaths, the effort plain on his face. Naruto lowered his shoulder slightly, so the other could more easily put his weight on him instead of carrying it himself. "Not much," he answered quietly, as they passed through the gate. This gate, Naruto could not lock behind them. After all, he had never managed to find the key for it and instead forced it open directly. A lead for any pursuers, but the two of them would be long gone by the time anyone would manage to follow up on it. "Down this passage a small bit further and then we will soon reach a hidden jetty. I'll bring us to shore on the northern side of Blackwater Bay. There is a small fishing village half the way to Rosby where we could rest. Not for very long, if we want to avoid being taken for what we are, but a day perhaps. I have horses waiting for us near Rosby so that we can make our way further north after that. What we do afterwards depends somewhat. Your lord is nearly past the neck by now." Ethan gave a tight nod in response, the flame of hope in his eyes clear against the gloom and darkness that surrounded them. He was weak and injured, but his spirit had not been broken entirely. They continued. The northerner stumbled just as they reached the ornate dragon brazier marking one side of the room where many different passages began, the water skin he was still desperately clutching nearly slipping from his grasp. "Careful. Come on, lean on me." Pulling his weakened companion back to his feet, Naruto steered them towards one of the doors in the room and pulled the iron-banded wood open. A cool breeze blew over the stone floor, and Ethan shivered heavily, a gasp escaping from his cracked lips. "Come on now. You have nearly done it." Those words made Ethan rally what little strength seemed to remain in him, his pace quickening for a few steps before he once more had to lean near all his weight on Naruto to proceed any further. But by that time the whisper of small waves already greeted his ears, what little moonlight the small crescent of this night could provide still managing to light the bend in front of them noticeably. Ethan immediately collapsed into the small boat after Naruto had lowered him to the deck, legs giving out beneath him and the sheer exertion making him tremble among the belongings and supplies placed where he sat. After a moment's hesitation that made him look back into the passage they had exited, Naruto followed along. Hands grabbing muffled oars, he began powering their way out of the small, hidden alcove, wood pushing against the dark water without complaint. The night was quiet and cool, the silence only broken by Ethan's exhausted breathing and small, pained groans. Once they had made a bit of distance, Naruto reached for a small sack of supplies and produced a piece of dried trout. "Eat," he said, holding out the morsel to the nearly asleep Ethan. Only taking up the oars again once the younger man had accepted the food and began to chew greedily. He had more, but eating too much right now, as Ethan surely wanted after so long, would not be good for him. Naruto threw a final glance back, up the cliffs to where the red keep and inside it Magor's hold fast slept. 24 survivors. He turned away, fully focused on bridging as much distance as possible and avoiding the galleys of the royal fleet marked from a distance by collections of small, floating lights while night held. Soon, Ethan drifted off to sleep. As he rode, Naruto's thoughts turned to happier things. Mainly Ashura. He missed her already. War had already reached the lands they traveled through. Maybe not the bloody, battlefield kind, but war all the same. It was easy enough to see even as they avoided people as much as they could while they were still within the borders of the Crown lands. They had passed over the King's Road near Hayford to avoid any contact with the troops heading north towards Dari and went lands or Maidenpool, and drew a path west instead, though it slowed down the journey considerably. By day they cantered through the countryside, fields and forests and meadows and hills stretching behind and in front as they bridged as much distance as Ethan could handle, and by night they rested, mainly to give the northerner the time necessary to recover more. Naruto had set and splinted his wrist before they had headed out from Rosby, and the opportunity to wash and eat a full meal had helped tremendously, but the rest only time could accomplish. When they reached the God's Tear the river was calm, a blue-green ribbon shining in the noon sun as it snaked off into the distance with the reeds growing in the shallows swaying lazily in the breeze. They turned north then, using the simple track that followed the river towards the God's Eye. Not as well made as the King's Road, but more than suitable for their purposes. Many miles and days of travel later, when his estimations told him they would soon cross into the riverlands, they crossed to the western bank by way of a simple wooden bridge, horseshoes clacking against the sturdy planks that dewy morning. Naruto rode ahead, the bridge not quite wide enough to allow them both to cross side by side, his stubborn black mare tossing her head at an annoying dragonfly as he passed the midpoint. He chanced a small glance behind, where his companion followed on a brown gelding, an inscrutable look on his strong features. Through all their days of travel, Ethan had never mentioned the debt between them even in passing. They talked of paths and detours, of supplies and estimated arrivals, and of what Naruto knew about the current movements of the different kingdoms. But they did not talk of Brandon Stark, Jeffrey Mallister, Kyle Royce, or Albert Arin. There was something to be said about letting the dead rest in peace, but he could not wash away the consequences of his actions, unintended or not. As his horse brought the first hoof onto the other bank of the god's tail, Naruto wondered if there was any way to say, "I am sorry about getting your friends killed by accident," in a tactful manner. He did not think there was. Even if sincere, the words seemed entirely pointless. Better to let his actions bring truth to his intent. Once they had both crossed, they turned north again and continued riding. Not long into the afternoon they happened upon a wandering septon with 3 companions of his own, a roaming singer that announced the group from far away with his performance, and a duo of young men looking to make a name for themselves that did not seem particularly enthused about having to listen but did so anyway. There was little reason to avoid others by now, so they did not stray from the road. Even if Ethan's absence from his cell had been discovered the next day, it was unlikely that people would come looking here first. They would expect the flight to proceed directly north. "Is your company headed for the God's Eye as well?" Naruto asked the septon, lowering his hood once the 2 groups had greeted each other and taken up the road again. His weapons had attracted curious looks, but armed men were not so outlandish as to attract extraordinary attention. "Yes, yes." The older man nodded his head and ran a hand through his short brown locks. "For the town near its banks, to be exact. I call the septon there a friend, and with whispers of war and rebellion in the realm everyone may have need of one. As for my companions, well, adventure and excitement are seldom found where the 7 choose for you to be born. I suppose they aren't. And you? Do the 2 of you seek new employ as well? Under Lord Keith perhaps, or will your paths bring you to other places before your travels find an end?" The wandering septon threw a glance at Ethan before focusing on him again. The northerner rode slightly further back and on the other side of him, so that Naruto was between him and the septon. He did not seem inclined to participate in the conversation. The latter. "We will have to procure new supplies in town, but our goals lie further north, even if there would likely be opportunities aplenty before that. You 2 seem like strong fellows and I'd imagine you will find no trouble, but I would offer our company, nonetheless. Even the warrior, after all, is only one among 7. Turning his head, Naruto waited for any complaints from his companion, said out loud or not, but Ethan did not shake his head or even grimace, only giving a gruff, "I don't see why not," in answer. "Then it's settled," he said with a nod, turning back towards the septon and the 3 others trailing behind him. "Until we reach the town, we are one company." That worked out. They continued further north, the 2 groups now one. With their slower pace, on account of those members proceeding on foot, it took another 2 days to reach the town near the banks of the river, the God's Eye visible in the distance. Naruto did not overly mind the slightly slower pace, and Ethan did not complain either. They entered the town's perimeter around noon, the sun high and warm in a sparsely clouded sky. Septon Tala, who had clearly been to this place multiple times in his life, enthusiastically greeted a few of the people that met them in the street leading into the center of the settlement. White houses clustered around the walls of a simple walled holdfast, largely on its southern side, though a few houses were also gathered near the lake shore. Rough, unmortared stone reached 10 feet high in the heart of the town, presenting a good defense against any aggression from the outside, and white-gray banners fluttered on both sides of the sturdy wooden gate. The September was large enough to house near all the residents, the shingled roof reaching high and attracting the gaze immediately among the surrounding buildings. Their group passed into the central square, where a curious crowd had gathered around a traveling merchant's cart whose owner was enthusiastically marketing his bolts of cloth while sharing news from further away. A horn blew, the sound coming from a solitary tower house on a small hill to the west, and soon after hooves trampled audibly from that direction. The townspeople turned towards the road leading to the square and others gathered from nearby houses. Ethan stood in his stirrups and shaded his eyes, to get a better view of what was happening. 3 riders in the colors house, Keith. That is quite unusual, Septon Talus supplied from next to them, his brow wrinkling in a moment of thought. Though considering, yes, that would explain it. What makes it so unusual? Lord Keith rules here, doesn't he? Naruto asked, looking down from his saddle, one hand stroking his horse's neck while thinking of the banners at the gate not far away, white fish and golden hooks on grey and white respectively. These are Keith lands, yes, but this town has been under the care of a Septon for many years by now. Even my grandfather's grandfather did not remember a time when a Lord Keith still lived in the keep here. What does that matter? If Lord Keith rules these lands, what is the problem? Ethan asked, for once in the mood for conversation with the Septon. The riders reached the first of the houses and slowed their horses slightly, proceeding towards the square at a relaxed trot. What do you think would bring the Lord's men to this town now? Before Ethan could answer that leading question, the riders entered the square proper, the crowd of townspeople now comprised of what must have been near 2/3 of all the local residents. Out of the September came a tall, dark-haired man in a white and grey robe marked by the 7-sided star. The lead rider, clad in a mail hauberk and grey surcoat, motioned for his 2 companions to stop and looked around the square. All 3 of them had a sword sheathed at their waist. Townspeople, he called loudly, quieting the whispers of the crowd. I am Sir Norbert of Hook, and I come in the name of Lord Allard Keith, ruler of these lands. Your liege calls to war. Loud cries and discussion broke out in response, men and women turning towards their neighbors to complain or wonder at what had happened to change things. How many men? The tall, dark-haired Septon called calmly. His voice had the same effect on the crowd that Sir Norbert's had. Lord Allard asks all his people that will answer the call to take up arms. Rebellion ignites the realm, and we cannot sit idly by. How many? The Septon insisted, not letting himself be quieted by distractions. Some quick townspeople had clearly realized what was not being said. Mothers clutched their children's hands and men crossed their arms, lips thinning into tight lines. The knight stopped his horse's slow gait, a frown on his bearded face. He was younger than the Septon, perhaps halfway into his 3rd decade, but clearly proud and not particularly happy with the pushback. And you are? Darren. A servant of the gods primarily, but I am also the Septon who cares for this town. You go too far, Darren. Lord Keith is the one that grants you this parish. I would rather that than not go far enough in trying to accomplish the duties I was given. If you would, now. How many men has Lord Keith called from our town? The 2 riders that Sir Norbert had arrived with laid hands on the pommels of their blades, but before steel could be drawn their leader waved them down. Narrowed eyes focused on Septon Darren, the knight answered. 73 men, to report to his castle in 2 weeks' time at the latest. Very well, Septon Darren accepted with a nod, a kindly smile on his face. If you would now tell us where Lord Keith has decided his loyalties to lie. Anger curled Sir Norbert's lips for a moment, and Naruto almost reached for his own sword, to stop any confrontation from getting bloody, but there was no need. The knight controlled himself and squared his shoulders. Lord Keith stands with Lord Goodbrook against any rebellion. He will keep the king's peace and laws in his lands. The townspeople reacted again, audibly, murmurs of discontent and approval sounding out. There were clearly mixed views on the matter, some accepting the words resolutely while others gave Septon Darren furtive glances. Lord Allard was ever a just, godly man and liege, and I am confident that he considered the matter carefully. Yet some of the whispers that have reached me are cause for doubt and confusion. I believe you have heard them as well, Sir Norbert. Speak your doubts, Septon. Not every whisper you hear is to be taken for truth. Only the crone in her wisdom may know fact from fiction at a glance, that is true. However, I cannot imagine that all the tellings I have heard of a trial of the gods being perverted with fire would be the fruit of wicked imagination, especially when they remain similar in content no matter who tells them. Nor do I believe I speak wrongly in saying that Lord Tully has allied with that same rebellion. Sir Norbert frowned, clearly wording his answer carefully. I heard tale of trial as well, but perversion or not, that is for the father to judge, it seems to me. What's it matter? That Lord Recard or who didn't even pray to the father? Those unwashed barbarians from the north pray to trees and earth and some such. The addition from the middle of the crowd earned a sharp look from Septon Darren and glances of reproach from others, but Naruto focused instead on the horse right next to his own. Hand clamping down on Ethan's knee, he hissed, "Don't!" Scowling, the younger men met his gaze with anger, rightly upset about the remark, but they could not afford to stand out that way. Even though any sigils marking him as a Glover were hidden beneath his cloak, speaking up now might reveal them. Trees or septs, the father judges all men justly, Carl. Even so, the king has not stopped with northerners. He burned his hand and 5 others not even 2 weeks ago. Lord Merryweather was a man of the Reach and prayed the same as you or I. Something ugly curdled in Naruto's gut at hearing that information, something he did not like to think about. The townspeople reacted with more murmurs and looks. Clearly, not all of them had known that nugget of information yet. Whether criminals and traitors burn or are beheaded is no concern of mine. Lord Keith has made his intentions clear and I have given you his orders. 73 men in 2 weeks' time, Septon Darren. With that, Sir Norbert wheeled his horse around and left with his 2 men, hooves thundering over stones and earth on their path out of the town. With a few additional words from Septon Darren, the crowd began to scatter back to their duties or homes. Septon Tala left to meet with his colleague, while the 3 others he had brought went in search of a meal and a place to sleep for the night. Naruto and Ethan remained next to each other in the square. Clicking his tongue, he dismounted and began leading his horse in search of the necessary supplies so that they could continue their journey. They were wasting daylight. Ethan followed behind. That same day, they began trekking north and west, in the direction of Rushing Falls and into Goodbrook lands. They had to avoid outriders 2 times, hiding in thickets or among the trees when they rode past, which cost them more time, but on the sunset of the 2nd day of riding the smell of smoke reached their noses. Naruto's mare did not like that scent, and only continued to further dislike it as they drew closer to its origin. What his map named Rushing Falls was no more than a smoking ruin, only stone foundations and blackened remains still standing. The town was supposed to serve them as a stopping point for a quick rest, but that idea was clearly impossible now. As they made their way through the blackened streets, Naruto took all of it in with a detached calm he did not like. Among the wreckage and ash, there were corpses as well. Where fire had been close enough, nothing was recognizable about the charred lumps, but in the middle of one street were 2 dead men, one in blue and mud red and the other in yellow with a blue stripe going diagonally down his chest. It looked almost like they were embracing, had there not been shattered spear shafts clutched in both of their hands and piercing the other's torso. Naruto looked and saw, and he made his choice. There was a grim satisfaction in being sure. He would have rather returned to Ashura back on Dragonstone, but that only he could do. Leaving the remains of the town behind them, they continued further north, doing a bit more riding every day now that Ethan felt a bit better. They avoided the roads again, as they had done in the Crown Lands, mostly riding over forest paths or near small streams. Eventually, they reached the Red Fork, its waters, colored red by the mud house Tully had used for their sigil, rushing east towards the Trident. Riverrun was to their west, where the Tumblestone met the Red Fork, barely a dot on the horizon. They followed the river road until the red sandstone walls of the castle were in clear view, the banners of House Tully flying proudly. Around the three-sided castle other banners were gathered, most notably the grey direwolf on white of House Stark. Naruto stopped his horse just as Ethan did the same, the relief palpable on the younger man's face. "You'll be capable of the rest on your own, I trust," he said, already moving to turn his horse back east. "Where are you headed now?" Ethan asked carefully, scratching at the hairs on his neck. "Back south. I have unfinished business in King's Landing." "Don't die. And thank you for freeing me. It was only right." "It was a debt I owed you," he said, and spurred his horse forward. Naruto ignored the young lion cloaked in white guarding the entrance in the dark and entered the royal bedchamber through a window that was inaccessible for any other man. In his sleep the king did not look particularly mad. There was no fire here, much less a headsman to carry out an order for execution. Ares too slept alone on this night, the closest guard too far away to interfere even had there been a call for help, likely sent away from the door in a fit of paranoia. He hardened his heart and drew his dagger, taking the last steps that separated him from the bed. A quick, smooth cut opened the king's throat, and as had not happened in Westeros since the dance, Valyrian steel tasted the blood of the dragon. Pale, purple eyes flew open, shock, and quiet, choked hacks and coughs sounded in the chamber. Hands rose to the bloody cut, long fingernails grasping at the skin in a fruitless effort to quell the bleeding. But it was already too late. Naruto turned away and left the same way he had come, first the room and then the castle and city, on his way to now find the man he had just made king. "You will take your brother's place." Host Tully had said those words when Ned had arrived in Riverrun at the head of the Northern Army, but he had heard them for weeks before that. He had heard them when the Ravens had arrived to tell of madness, and he heard them every time people said Lord Stark, expecting him to answer. It scared him half to death. A wife he barely knew and a lordship he was not taught to manage, suddenly thrust on his shoulders and threatening to make his knees buckle. It had been meant for Brandon, all of it. Ned had known that since he was a child. Perhaps he would have been given some keep in the north in the future, with enough land to support a family and a few score men. Maybe Brandon would have made him his right-hand man, to stand as advisor and confidant once he had assumed his position as lord in his own right. He had even harbored thoughts of becoming the Knight of the Bloody Gate. A good post. A proud post. Well respected and honorable, and more than appropriate for a second son. Now he was here instead, ready to leave Riverrun after his wedding to go east, forced into his brother's place. The new Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North and in rebellion against the Mad King. Riverrun's weirwood was a slender tree and the face carved into the bark was one of sadness, though unlike the solemn melancholy of the tree at home in Winterfell. Still, he was grateful for the comfort of his gods, with the opportunity to enjoy it so rare below the neck. The fading morning was pleasant in the walled garden, leaves rustling in a stray breeze as Ned stood to his feet with a final calming breath. It was past time he headed out. A few others that had taken the same opportunity were already leaving. One last lingering look at the crimson sap bleeding from the carved eyes and mouth, and he turned away and walked towards the entrance, leaving his doubts behind. At the gate, he was met with his newlywed wife. Caitlin was coming from her late mother's gardens, where a sandstone building housed Riverrun's September, and most likely she had only just finished prayers of her own. Her gown was a rich blue accented in white and grey, and the cloak she wore was pinned with a silver direwolf, a trinket he had gifted her to mask some of the awkwardness he felt at marrying a woman he barely knew. Well-combed auburn locks were pulled over her right shoulder, and her lips adopted a hesitant smile when she saw him. "My lady," Ned said, and inclined his head in greeting. "My lord," she returned, her voice soft in the air, and curtsied, always observing the proper courtesies. After that they remained in silence, her pretty blue eyes focused on his face. Ned wished he knew what to say, but even though they were wedded and bedded, and if they were fortunate might have made a child in these few days together, he did not truly know this woman standing across from him. Brandon had spent weeks in the Riverlands, to get to know her and her family, and to make friends among the Riverlords, but he had not. "I hope your morning has been pleasant." "It has been," Caitlin answered, hands folded in front of her. After a moment, she added, "I hope you could find some peace in our Godswood, even if it cannot compare to the one in Winterfell." For a moment he wondered how much Brandon had told her about their home already. To have a proper heart tree to pray at was already a comfort all its own. "During my time in the Vale that was not a guarantee either. The size of the Godswood is not the important part in the end." Caitlin nodded her head in acceptance, hands rising so that she could run long fingers through her hair in a gesture he thought quite charming. Squaring his shoulders, Ned decided to use this opportunity. "After I ride east today it may be some time until we see each other again," he began. "I would see justice done for my father and brother and the men that accompanied them, and then find my sister, wherever she is, but many things might happen in that time. Victory or defeat, I intend to return to my home eventually. I am not my brother, and I would not attempt to replace him, but..." Ned forged on, the pain still a dull throb in his chest, "all these weeks later. Duty brought us together and binds us now, but I would not have us be strangers beyond that, afterwards." "I would not have that be the case either," Caitlin said softly, her words a weight off his heart. He would have disliked parting with her on uncertain terms. "Good. I'm glad." Ned tried for a smile, in an effort to remove the vestiges of stilted reservation that still remained in the air. Glancing at the sun, he judged it to be past time that he met with the men he had brought to Winterfell, so that they might make good distance on the river road today. Meeting her blue eyes again, he inclined his head. "I must be going, now." Caitlin held his gaze, her blue eyes never straying from his grey ones. "I will pray for your safety, and that you might return victorious." "I'm grateful," Ned said, for lack of any other response. Those were not his gods, but he did appreciate her gesture, nonetheless. Before any more could be said between them, or he could fully turn to leave, a nearby commotion attracted their attention. A man was hurrying in their direction, a man displaying the black battle axe of Sir Wyn. Ned recognized him for Lord Sir Wyn's right-hand man as he drew closer. "Lord Stark," the man exclaimed, slightly out of breath, after sketching a quick bow. "Please excuse the interruption, my lord, my lady. Just now a rider arrived outside the castle. Ethan Glover." For a moment, those words did not make sense. Ethan had been with Brandon in the Riverlands and loyally followed south in search of Lyanna afterwards, a path that had brought them to King's Landing. From what they knew, Ethan had been spared the headsman, though he was still stuck in a dank, dark cell beneath the Red Keep. Ethan? Truly? Has anyone confirmed it to be him? Lord Glover, or his sons? His questions came quickly, legs already wanting to hurry towards the castle's southern gate, former troubles entirely forgotten. He stopped himself, hesitating, and turned towards his wife for a moment. My lady, you must excuse me. Caitlin's gaze was understanding as she gave him a smile and dipped her head into a small bow. Of course. Ned hurried off and the Sawin man keeping pace with him began answering his questions. Lord Galbart did. He was the first to have a look at him and confirmed the words. That quietened any thoughts of deceptions or ploys. Galbart knew his cousin more than well enough. He came alone, just him and his horse, and I was sent immediately so you might hear of it all directly from him, my lord. The rest of the quick walk passed in silence, passing over the drawbridge and outside the three-sided castle of House Tully, and then into the collection of tents and banners from the north not far away, where the men he had brought that could not be housed in the castle had found a place. Muttering and whispers surrounded him among the rows and rows of tents in various stages of being packed together again for their departure, though the men still had enough presence of mind to greet him with deep nods or bows and exclamations of Lord Stark. Word of the strange occurrence had clearly already spread in the camp. One of the tents marked by the closed fist of House Glover immediately stood out among the rest, for no one was working to take it down at the moment and a sizable group surrounded it. People quickly made way for him, and the canvas was raised, giving Ned a first view of the inside. He could not help a second moment of relief when he saw Ethan for himself. The younger man was sitting on a log fashioned into a rudimentary chair while others, mainly his remaining family, hovered around him talking over each other in effort to find out what had occurred as quickly as possible. Lord Stark, someone said, and the attention of the men in the tent quickly turned towards him. Ethan made to rise from his seat, mouth set into a tight line, but Ned waved him off. Please, be seated. My lord. Ethan accepted with a small nod. There was a harsh edge to his features, a remnant of his imprisonment no doubt, and one wrist was still splintered. Has someone fetched a maester? And call for some food? Ned said, but before any of the others could answer him, Ethan spoke up again. There is no need for a maester, my lord, truly. A healer took care of my ails already, he said, raising his healing arm for a moment. A few days of rest and I'll be back to my full strength. Considering the younger man for a moment longer, the hard glint in his eyes and the stubborn set of his jaw, Ned nodded in acceptance. Very well, no maester for now, but have some food brought here. The Sawin man that had notified him of the development left through the tent flap, to carry out the order. Now, tell me what happened in King's Landing, every detail. Ned accepted a wooden chair of his own and settled in to listen as Ethan obediently recounted Brandon's actions in Riverrun and Dare and then in King's Landing, eventually ending with his own imprisonment in a black cell after the king had murdered his brother and father and all the others. Wolf's blood, his father had always said. It had been Brandon's death in the end. He wanted to curse it all, but he simply sat, hands gripping onto his knees tightly, and focused on more immediate concerns. How did you escape your imprisonment? I was saved from my cell by another. Broken out of my cell and the dungeons and then led through the Crown lands and Riverlands, all the while avoiding any notice. Who? Naruto Uzumaki. The champion of Harengal's melee. Ned remembered him well. Brandon had taken a surprising liking to him after losing to him in the melee and had invited him to sit with them on more than one night. He had been the one to hold back his brother's rage when Lionel had been crowned after the joust as well. "And the man that led you to the Red Keep in the first place?" Robert Glover interrupted bitterly from the side. It had been his spot in the melee that had changed hands. "He freed me, nonetheless." "Where is he now?" Ned asked, before a distracting argument could begin. Ethan turned to face him again, eyes lowered for a moment. "He went back south towards King's Landing." "What for?" "I do not know." "He asked for nothing." "Or said who he served?" "No." Ethan shook his head. "He claimed it was a debt between us and that it was the right thing to do." Ned was more than willing to accept honor alone motivating any man to act, but this was not the North or even the Vale of Arryn. Different standards held here. "Lord Stark," Ethan said, standing, now that the explanation had been made. Then he knelt on both knees, head bowed solemnly and baring his neck. "I failed your brother and father in King's Landing. I could not stop that madness from beginning nor interfere once it had. I failed my duties and oaths to your family and brought shame and dishonor upon myself." Quiet reigned after those words. The Glovers in the tent looked on neutrally, whatever concern or anxiety they must feel well hidden in grim faces, as did all the others. They waited for his judgment. Ned stood from his seat, towering over the young man kneeling at his feet. He had to decide now, what kind of Lord of Winterfell he wanted to be. Starks had ruled the North for generations, harshly perhaps, but not in tyranny. Taking Ethan's head for his failure, there were ancestors in his family tree that would have done so without thinking. But not many, and not those he would want to emulate either. He had seen his father judge men from a young age and had seen Jon Arryn do so in his own hall as well. Differently, both of them, but not entirely dissimilar. Failing where no one could have succeeded was no cause for execution. That would not be justice. You followed Brandon loyally, served him well and true. Your family has followed mine for generations, answering when called upon in times of peace and war. What the king did to my family was madness and dishonor, but I will not condemn you for another man's crimes. I will see justice done for my father and brother, and the men that died with them." He met the eyes in the tent, meeting the challenge he saw there. Then he looked towards the young man on his knees and reached for his shoulder. "Rise, Ethan. I will not have loyal service be punished so long as I rule the North." Ethan raised his head, features grim, and allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. Then he bowed, deeply. "My sword is yours, from this day until my last day. Whatever you might ask of me, I will not fail you and yours again. I swear it by the old gods. And I will not ask any service from you that would bring dishonor upon you or yours." Ned answered the renewed oath, dispelling the heavy atmosphere in the tent. Then he moved on. "We are headed towards the Trident. I want you with us, and to tell me everything you heard and saw all this time, especially on your way through the Crown Lands." The ship arrived in Maidenpool's harbor with Targaryen sails. Scorpions were turned towards the vessel as it slid through the water on the way to the docks, and scores of crossbows bristled on the walls of the harbor area, ready to unleash a barrage of iron-tipped bolts should this effort have been some ploy instead. It was a precaution that turned out to be unnecessary. Ned was drumming the fingers of his left hand on the pommel of his sword in anticipation as lines were passed from deck to shore and dockworkers started tying down the ship. Then a plank was laid between, bridging the remaining gap and allowing passage to the dock for those on board. The first two men were armored in polished steel, swords sheathed at their sides and their surcoats mimicking the large sail of the ship. They were clearly cautious, eyes flitting around Maidenpool's port and taking note of the crossbowmen, still ready to respond to any escalations. Behind them followed another solitary figure in armor and surcoat, though his was slightly more decorated than the ones of the first two men or the duo following at the very back carrying shields to close out the party. The rondel covering his right armpit was fashioned to resemble a shield and accented in gold, while the red cloak trailing behind his back was clearly made of fine silk. Walking in the fourth position and plainly the person that was being guarded was a beautiful dark-haired woman clad in a full purple cloak closed by an amethyst and silver brooch. Ned recognized Ashura Dane immediately, recalling their short interaction at Harrenhal, which was cause for a moment of complicated feelings that he quickly pushed to the side. The group of 6 descended the gangplank and stepped onto the stone dock, where they arranged themselves to stand facing them. Lord Tully, Lord Arryn, Lord Stark. Lady Ashura fell into a deep curtsy, bowing her head respectfully. Then she extended a hand to her company. "These are Dragonstone men." She motioned towards the man in the fancier get-up. "Sir Mandrew leads them and is captain of the guards on Dragonstone." "Welcome to Maidenpool," Host Tully said brusquely and motioned for servants that stood at the ready nearby. They stepped forward with simple platters of bread and salt. The cloaked knight and the 4 soldiers pulled off a steel gauntlet and accepted a small piece of bread, pressed it into the provided salt, and partook of the morsel. Once the other 5 had done so, Lady Ashura did as well, fully accepting guest right for their side. When they had all swallowed and the servants had retreated, another moment of silence passed before Ashura Dane once more inclined her head slightly. "Thank you for your hospitality, and for considering this proposal. Such judgments will be left for when we have heard the exact words. For now, let us move to the keep, so we might do exactly that," John said, and allowed Host Tully to take the lead of their party. All around them men began moving as well, Stark and Arryn and Tully men guarding their lieges while others remained in the harbour to keep an eye on the ship and its crew. Though Maidenpool housed a considerable number of people, the walk from the dock to the small hill that held its keep was not particularly long. Once inside, all of them left their entourages behind them, only proceeding past the 2 Tully guardsmen guarding the door with a single man each. Ned chose Martin Castle to accompany him inside. Sir Vardis Egan trailed behind John Arryn just as Sir Mandrew of Dragonstone followed on Lady Ashura's heels. Host Tully chose Sir Desmond Grill, for his brother the Blackfish was commanding forces west of the God's Eye, where unruly bannermen were making trouble for the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. The castle's hall had been prepared for this occasion, 4 chairs placed around a table in the center of the room, while the rest of the furniture had been placed at the walls or entirely removed for now. They sat, their companions standing at their shoulder, and servants filled goblets for everyone before retreating from the hall. Ned took a sip of the heavy vintage for the sake of politeness before placing the glass back down. He had no intention of clouding his mind today. Not for this. "I feel compelled to inquire into the condition and location of Lord Mouton and his family before we begin," Ashura Dane said, her purple cloak discarded to reveal the white and lavender dress beneath. It was cut simply but diminished her beauty in no way. "I understand that you were able to take the walls quickly and with rather little resistance. Lord Mouton and his immediate family are held in their chambers in this very keep, so they might consider their loyalties further," Host Tully revealed after a moment of thought, fingers playing with the untouched goblet in front of him. "Their lives are under my protection until then. His brother Sir Miles Mouton fell in battle." Ned remembered the man, as well as the strike that had slain him. He had dealt it himself when the knight had ridden at the head of a sortie intending to surprise them. Unfortunately, they had been spotted early and their attempt at a devastating charge had been routed in turn when he had charged into their flank with a contingent of Mondale and Riswell cavalry. Maidenpool itself had not resisted them for long after that. Lady Ashura did not react beyond a small twist of the mouth and a short exhale, though she would have known the knight well. I understand. Let us move on then. Yes, let us begin. Your messages spoke of terms, Lady Ashura. John Arryn stroked his left cheekbone with an index finger. Whose terms would those be, now? Who was it that sent you here exactly, and for whom do you present those terms? The situation in King's Landing must be quite complicated now. I come in the name of Queen Eleonymerus Martell, and speak with her full trust and confidence. Dawn does not wish for war, and neither does our new queen. For now, she remains a princess. Host Tully interjected roughly. Until Prince Roriger is crowned and she in turn, we have only a queen dowager in King's Landing, one that is a cowed, beaten woman that will likely yield to anything others tell her to do. Who truly rules the kingdoms at the moment? Our new Lord Hand the Coin Counter? Or any of the others that stood with Aerys while he reigned? Ned thought the words to be rather harsh, but he did not know Queen Rolla, had never even seen a piece of her. She had not attended the tourney at Harrenhal with her late husband and son, and both Winterfell and the Eyrie were quite far from the capital. Princess Elia has arrived in the capital by now, and once Prince Roriger takes the throne, he will sit the Iron Throne. Lady Ashura did not wilt, enchanting purple eyes hard. Lord Chelstead might resist for a time, but he has never been a brave man. I would be surprised if he held out for more than 2 days before bowing his head and accepting the princess's greater influence over Queen Rolla. 2 days or not, let us speak of details and terms, instead of debating Princess Elia's exact influence at the current time. John Arryn took a slow sip of his wine. How does the princess envision peace returning to the realm? The king's sudden death certainly complicates this whole affair. Any accusations of treason or conspiracy will be rescinded. King Aerys was not sound of mind anymore, and saw schemes and spectres where there were none. Does that include the parties not present here? Ned interrupted, thinking of Robert and the Lords Royce, Mallister, and Glover, all of whom had been presented with the same accusations and demands as he had. Naturally. Ashura Dane nodded her head, hands folded on the wooden desk in front of her. Lord Tully will similarly be forgiven for his choice in allegiance, so long as he returns to the king's peace as well. You will disband your armies and return to your lands, as will the Lord of Storm's End. Houses Mouton and D'Ari will have their lands and holdings returned to them peacefully, as will all the other houses caught in the midst of the fighting. Here she gave John a meaningful glance, obviously aware of Gulltown's current situation. In return, the same will take place from the Crown's side. Armies will be disbanded and any holdings or lands returned in peace. Should that take place, any necessary concessions will be minor at most. And the Crown? How does Princess Elia intend to reverse the damage done by Aerys? You cannot mean for those acts to simply be forgotten. Fortunately, John made that point in a calm manner, for Ned could not have. He felt like a stone had dropped in his stomach. King Aerys is already dead. Aye, but that was not justice, Ned returned, finding his voice. He deserved death, I will not deny it, but that was murder, nothing else. Host Tully looked on coldly. And rather convenient, for our absent prince most of all, and your princess as well. What was Tywin Lannister promised for his son's contribution? Or did the son deal with you himself? Sir Jaime is said to deny any involvement, and Princess Elia gave no such order. Neither did Prince Ruruga, for that matter. King Aerys was apparently negotiating with Tywin Lannister before his untimely death, which would make his involvement rather unlikely as well. Whoever is truly responsible, they did so on their own initiative. Or do you intend to profess some involvement of your own, Lord Tully? Ha! This is truly a farce, Hoster barked out. The king murders his lords and his convenient, entirely unrelated, and timely death somehow wipes the slate clean for his son. Do not toy with us, Lady Dane. If we wished, we could descend on King's Landing before any support would reach you. Mace Tyrell is busy gathering his armies and holding his eastern border. Tywin Lannister is not yet past the western hills, and support from the Stormlands will be slow after Robert Baratheon's victories. Jon Arryn drummed his fingers on the wooden desk for a moment. Honesty, if you would, my lady. The true terms you were allowed to present. Ned leaned forward and considered taking another sip of wine, but decided against it. Lady Ashura did take a sip. As I said, all accusations of treason will be rescinded. Armies will be disbanded, and you will return to your lands. A display of returned loyalty will take place in Harrenhal once Prince Ruruga has been crowned. Prisoner will be released for a fair ransom. Additionally, Gulltown's new lord will be acknowledged by the crown and the number of large vessels in its trading fleet may be raised. The Tully lands will be expanded along the Tumblestone, though House Rager will be returned their seat of Willowwood. In time, there will also come the consideration of Prince Viserys' eventual marriage to happen in the Riverlands or Vale, under your advisement, Lord Tully, Lord Arryn. There is one small addition I would make, Jon said, before Lady Ashura could continue. What addition would that be? After Gulltown was secured, I headed west towards the Bloody Gate, where curious messages soon reached me. Reports of a sea battle, they were. The late Lord Grafton's choice was plainly ill-advised. 4 of the 8 ships that had sailed, only 4 had returned, and the crew on one of the 4 had been decimated, for lack of a more fitting term. The few survivors were questioned extensively, and I had men I trust return to Gulltown so that I may be certain of the details. Jon took a sip of his wine, pale fingers playing with rim after he had set the goblet down again. I will not bore you with the ravings of terrified madmen, yet one nugget of truth is remarkably consistent among the tellings. In the waters of Blackwater Bay and with Dragonstone not an hour away, Lord Grafton found himself assaulted. Yet it is the further facts I would ask from you, my lady. The surviving crew tells of a dread descending on them, the dread of Blackwater Bay, if you will. One man, or not a man at all, if the sailors are to be believed, crowned in gold and bringing death. Ned looked from Jon to Lady Ashura, but her hard gaze was locked on the Lord of the Vale, as eagle-eyed as the best outrider. Lord Grafton had planned treachery and betrayal in coming to Dragonstone, but his plans were discovered early. He was unprepared and the morning blinded by fog. And this dread. Your men are not wrong to blame him, though including the color of his hair seems an entirely superfluous detail. Our own prisoners never seem to include it, though they speak of other facts. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Lord Arryn? Jon's small smile twitched for a moment. Almost. A name, if you would. A moment of internal debate later, Lady Ashura answered. Naruto Uzumaki. The champion of Harrenhal's melee. I thank you, my lady, for satisfying my curiosity. She did not dignify that platitude with a response. Then she turned to look at him. Lord Stark might offer someone to fill a position on the small council, which will soon need new appointments. The bones of his relatives will be returned to him, so they might be put to rest as befit their status, and Princess Rhaenys will be fostered in Winterfell once she has reached an appropriate age. Ned did not know how to feel. A seat on the small council, a fostered princess. Poor replacements for a brother and father, but he could not get them back either way. After that began talk of exact details, of when and where and how much exactly. Much of it did not concern him, though Ned still listened carefully when some of the terms for houses Mallister and Royce were discussed. Eventually, all was said for the day, though more would follow on the next, with precise counter-demands being made. Nothing had been accepted yet, and most of the things said today were subject to change in small or not so small ways again, but there was a path for peace at least. Certainly better than their former state of uncertainty, after news of Aerys' demise had reached them. When Ashura bid them farewell some hours later and walked from the room with Sir Mandru trailing behind, he followed, leaving Hoster Tully and Jon Arryn bowed over a map of the Seven Kingdoms. Lady Ashura, he called, making the two stop halfway down the hallway. A moment of your time, if you would. What is it? My sister Lyanna, Ned began, bringing a serious expression to Ashura's face. Brandon accused Prince Rhaegar of her abduction, but I would hear it from you. Is the prince responsible? Does he have my sister? I don't know, she answered simply, though not without sympathy. Before she could turn to leave, he grabbed onto her arm. Please. The truth. Sir Mandru grabbed for his sword, but a small gesture from Ashura stopped the knight from baring his steel. Give us a moment, Sir Mandru. After a tense moment, he acquiesced, moving a few steps away and leaving them a small space of privacy. Ashura turned to face him fully and lowered her voice slightly. Prince Rhaegar left Dragonstone unannounced and without explanation. We attempted to find him as best we could and are looking for him even now, but we do not yet know where he is, much less why he left in the first place. Your sister's disappearance might be connected, it might not, I simply cannot tell you. I wish for her to be found, but I do not know where she is. Ned gave a tight nod, letting none of his disappointment show. It had been his last real hope, with moons having passed without word. Thank you, for your honesty. He is growing well, Princess, they both are. Elia gratefully accepted her son from the wet nurse and balanced him on her hip. Forgetting the realm for a moment, she matched his curious eyes with a smile. They were a clearer purple than Rhaegar's indigo, and together with his pale hair made Aegon look as Valyrian as any Targaryen, living or dead. His fingers were in his mouth then and he began to babble happily. It was a welcoming sound to hear, a product of simple joy, as was the laugh that followed when she tapped his little nose. She produced another, even louder laugh when she began bouncing him slightly, allowing him to feel a moment of weightlessness. Nearby, Rhaenys abandoned her stuffed dragon and got to unsteady feet by balancing against a low stool. She toddled over, a nursemaid hovering over her anxiously but never having to step in. When her daughter had reached Elia's skirts, her small fingers tightened in the material for a moment, before she stretched her arms upwards with all a toddler's insistence. Up. Pressing a kiss to her son's forehead, she handed Aegon off to the nursemaid and bent down to pick up her daughter with a small laugh. Rhaenys grasped onto her shoulder and the front of her dress, dark eyes bright as they looked around the room from the increased height. Are you jealous again? Elia asked her smiling daughter, who immediately pressed her face into her neck to hide away. These were moments of much-needed relief, being here with her children. Unfortunately, it made her think of the other child in Maegor's. Viserys was in his chambers with his mother at the moment, guarded by her uncle Prince Luwin, who was tasked with ensuring that the boy not leave the holdfast for now. It was a precaution, mostly, but a necessary one. With no word or sign of Ruger, there were those in the Red Keep who would rather crown his younger brother now and be done with it than wait and hope. The boy was often querulous and angry since his father had been killed, especially since the cremation was still being delayed and the prime suspect for the deed was still alive in a cell. Telling him no obviously never improved his mood either. Even Queen Rulla did not always find success in her attempts to make him behave during meals, though she could at least calm him somewhat and keep him company without being rejected at the door. A knock on the door broke Elia from her thoughts and made her turn around. Rhaenys still held in her arms. Gerald Hightower's booming voice sounded from outside the chamber. "Lord Varys wishes a word, Princess." Frowning, she tried to imagine what the spymaster wanted from her now. The Isozi simpered and bowed with the best of them, but the eunuch was dangerous in a way few in the Seven Kingdoms could rival. "I will be right out." Her daughter did not wish to be handed off, small fingers tightening against the nursemaid's pull. "It's okay." Elia ran a soothing hand through Rhaenys' brown locks, gaze searching the room for some distraction. She spotted a suitable one in the furry black form curiously pawing at the dragon toy her daughter had abandoned not long ago. "Look who is back." Rhaenys released an excited squeal, all thoughts of protest forgotten, and struggled to be let down immediately. "Blurian." Elia watched her toddle over to the black kitten on careful feet, lingering in the chamber for a moment longer. Rhaenys attempted to grab for her pet, but even if young, the cat was much quicker than her daughter, easily evading the grasping fingers coming for her tail. Rhaenys was not discouraged, beginning another game of catch, no matter that she had never managed to succeed. "I will be back later," she addressed the maids in the room, before turning again and making for the door. Before pulling open the heavy oak, Elia took a deep, settling breath and squared her shoulders. Princess Sigrid and Lord Varys echoed upon her exit, both of their heads bowed. "Lord Varys," she replied coolly once the door had been shut behind her. "What brings you to me at this hour?" "Please excuse my interruption, Princess, but certain matters simply require your attention." Varys bowed his shaved head again, his hands hidden in wide sleeves. Before he could begin explaining, she motioned for him to walk with her, leading a path away from the nursery. She did not like the eunuch close to her children, rational or not. "What matters would those be?" Elia asked once they had turned a corner in silence. "Trouble is brewing in the faith, Princess. No trial for Sir Jaime and no funeral rites for our so dearly departed king are making the Septons anxious, which is not helping matters in the city." She sighed, exasperated and annoyed in equal measure. That ruling was no easy thing had been clear to her before she had even married Rhaegar, but ruling while not truly ruling was simply bothersome. Should you not bring their anxieties to the queen? Varys remained quiet for a moment, slippered feet nearly silent on the stone floor as they moved towards the drawbridge that was the only entrance to Maegor's Holdfast. Keeping him in her peripherals was easy enough, with her small stride, and she saw his shaved head turn towards her. "I believe there is no need for games between us, Princess. Our hand found it a simple enough matter to influence our gentle queen upon her husband's passing, the poor woman." His sympathies sounded honest enough, but they lacked something important, though she could not name it. "Before you arrived in the city and took over from him, treasonous as it may sound, it was Lord Chelstead who ruled, just as it is now you. At least until Prince Rhaegar finally returns." They passed the drawbridge into the Red Keep and Elia accepted the greetings of the two Targaryen guards on the other side with a nod of her own. "Very well. How far does your network extend in King's Landing, Lord Varys?" "Truly. Elia asked, never breaking stride. For once, it seemed like the eunuch had truly been caught off guard. He did not sputter or even show an observable hitch in his stride, but his dark, cat-like eyes looked sharper than before. Then he giggled, high-pitched and sudden, one sleeved hand rising to cover his mouth. Is it my effectiveness you question, princess, or my loyalty, I wonder? Neither, I assure you. Your service to the Iron Throne has been exemplary as I understand it. She left the matter at that. She had not forgotten Harengel. I will meet with the High Septon this following week and talk of a Crone's or Father's Day, but I would have you spread reasonable voices in the city as well, or at least their words. Until our king returns to King's Landing, any trial will have to be postponed, for Aerys too was Prince Roriger's father, and it falls to him to judge his father's killer. Surely no godly man would deny a son that right, not to mention a king. They stopped just before turning the next corner, where the chambers of her ladies-in-waiting were located. As for funeral services, I will speak with Queen Rolla and Prince Viserys, so that a compromise might be reached. Varys bowed his perfumed head. I will see it done. Considering the conversation over, Elia made to leave the spymaster in the hallway. Before she could take a step away, Varys cleared his throat, soft, pale hands peeking from the large sleeves. Little birds from further south have brought me grave news. Our young Lord Robert has grown tired of hunting and feasting it seems, and marches with his full strength. Preparation are being made to set out. Soon, perhaps even today. Then he turned and walked away on silent feet, the air of rose water and lavender lingering in the air for a moment longer. Elia watched his retreating back carefully, until he vanished around the bend at the other end of the hallway. She wondered what had truly driven Aerys to make a foreign eunuch his master of whisperers for a moment, before dismissing the line of thought. It did not matter, in the end. Lord Varys was effective, of that there was little doubt. There was no end to the other things she could spend time worrying about. Enemies all around, not to mention those within the walls of the city, her fragile hold on order and the small council, the mirrored division among the nobles, Roriger's continued absence, and now the faith as well. With a deep breath, Elia turned the corner, fingers massaging her temple for a moment, and then entered the second of the doors in that hallway. Lara was heir to Blackmont, and except for the Urin Woods, they were the most powerful Dornish house after the Martells. The Red Mountains were rich in resources, and their bounty far easier to access near the Torrentines tributaries than it was further south, near High Hermitage or Starfall. Not to mention the comparatively short way to the Reach and its fertile fields, though the importance of that had been significantly reduced more than a century ago. The Danes were as, or even more prestigious by virtue of Dorne, and the Manwardis, Wyls, and Fowlers maintained larger household guards, but the Blackmonts had the riches, lands, and manpower to outmatch them. Lara's chambers, therefore, were appropriately grand. And also the perfect place for all of them to meet without drawing any particular attention. When Elia entered the room, Lara was looking over a large map of the surrounding lands, small wooden figurines marking the positions of armies. Mora stood on the opposite side of the table, with her back to the door, one hand trailing east over the western hills as she spoke. Reached about here by now. Had they marched further we would have reports from Lords Cressy or Gaunt of outriders in their lands. Jane Jourdain, silently observing from where she sat at the side, made to stand for a greeting, but Elia waved her off. She had no wish for decorum behind closed doors right now. Elia? Lara asked in curiosity. Black diamonds in gold twinkled around her neck and her dress was pale pink and yellow silk. Here so early. Something drew me away. I was made aware of certain troubles with the faith. By Lord Varys, if you must know. The heir to Blackmont grinned widely. My sympathies. Where is Alice? Busy with the accounts, and no doubt quietly cursing Lord Chelstead some more. Mora answered. She nodded, half expecting that to be the case already. With no current master of coin, someone else had been needed to handle those duties in the interim. Since she did not trust even the ladies in the Red Keep eager to join her circle of companions, there had been no better choice than Alice, at least until a new appointment was made, whether temporary or not. Indulging any of the suggestion that would only strengthen Lords Chelstead and Staunton was obviously out of the question, and upsetting matters even more by actually appointing Alice to the post would drive support in that direction even faster. Stepping up to the table, Elia took stock of the setup. Mostly, it was only the few miles any army was likely to have covered in the last day that they updated, but sometimes word of new movements or different routes reached them. Did anything important change? Nothing to the north. Mora shook her head. Harrenhal is still surrounded and everything west of the God's Eye is being patrolled by the Blackfish. He might have come as far south as the Rush's joining, but by now he will be on the way to Stony September again. Or maybe north to the crossing. There had been some doubts that the North and Vale would keep the peace, without exact terms being formally agreed to by both sides, but it was good that those turned out to be baseless. A few of the prisoners they had taken on Dragonstone had already been exchanged, as terms continued to be adjusted and sent between King's Landing and Maidenpool. Perhaps she should have a surer weight with the remaining prisoners, to maintain at least some incentive for continued non-aggression on that front. A few weeks of guarantee at least, perhaps a month. She'd have ships sent to Dragonstone, Elia decided, to bring Ashura and the remaining prisoners to the capital, now that she had established some control here. You were speaking of Tywin Lannister's movements before, she said, glancing at the two standing at the map with her. Two lion figurines stood on the Gold Road, now past the part of the road protected by the Western Hills. Word still places his force on the Gold Road, but that information is some days old. Not past this point. Lara's finger traced a line barely inside the border of the Crown lands, but that is only if he did not deviate from the road. The question is still his exact goal. With Aerys' death, it had become even harder to predict what Tywin Lannister might do. Before, him joining the rebels had looked possible, if not likely, considering his soured relationship with the late king, but things had changed. Aerys was dead, and Rhaegar had no quarrel with the Lord of the Westerlands, but Jaime Lannister sat in a dungeon, and guilty or not, Elia did not think that the man responsible for the reigns of Castameria would accept that lying down, not when he so clearly despised his next option for an heir. Which was also the main reason that there had been neither trial nor execution for Jaime. Simon Staunton might reasonably call for justice to be observed, as was his due as Master of Laws, but with the Reach forces still far away, her brother's armies stuck in the passes, and only the Crown lands, and what parts of the southern Riverlands not already cowed or beaten, to defend the Crown lands from north and west, caution and restraint seemed the wiser choice to her. Rhaegar was welcome to deal with the matter as he wished, once he chose to reappear. Lord Tywin will not leave the matter to doubt much longer, I wager. There will be riders, or a raven, soon. Though Pycelle maintains that he had been managing positive communications between Aerys and Casterly Rock before the former's passing. A dismissive wave put the matter behind them for now. What else? Mace Tyrell has almost gathered his bannermen to begin marching, though Lord Hightower remains in Old Town with much of his own strength. He and the shields are ready should Lord Quayan fall victim to his health. The Lord of the Iron Islands was a friend to the ports on the western coast, his rule marked by a notable improvement in trade relationships for the Ironborn, but none of his sons were said to share his ideas, all of them warriors and raiders to the bone. With the change in ruler a marked possibility soon, wariness was entirely appropriate. Most likely, Tywin Lannister had left significant forces in the Westerlands to guard the coasts as well, should things change. It meant reduced numbers from the south, but Mace Tyrell still commanded considerable forces, that, together with their own, would be capable of matching those to their north. Elia ran her fingers over the Rose Road, following the path north to King's Landing. Dunstanbury and Highgarden, then the first crossing, Appleton, and eventually the second crossing at Bitterbridge, before it met the King's Road south of the city. Robert Baratheon had lingered at Storm's End after his victories at Summerhall, but any attempt to simply take the King's Road north would be thwarted at the border. Lord Windwater had manned his river with their blessing and support, and his hunters and outriders had eyes on any known crossings farther from the road. Fighting there would be costly for the young Lord of the Stormlands, who could not rely on all available forces if he intended to keep the passes through the Red Mountains closed. No, Robert would go west again, in the direction of Summerhall, before wheeling north. This time around, with Lords Fell, Caffan, and Grandison one to his side and any other dissident voices convinced, his path would be without obstacle all the way to the border of the Reach. The rest depended on his exact path. Sighing, Elia moved the wooden stag from the spot it had been occupying. She raised her head to meet the eyes in the room. Robert Baratheon marches, though his exact goal is not clear. Lara pursed her lips, one hand playing with her necklace as she pondered the map. Jane, still sat at the side with a piece of parchment and a pot of ink, grimaced heavily. As the youngest, she was usually the one least involved in their meetings, and this topic suited neither her interests nor her abilities, but it did not take a master strategist to understand the significance of those words. Harmore aside, arms crossed. Here I was hoping he would linger some more. I did as well, but it cannot be helped now. Lord Windwater will have to be informed, and men sent south. A direct strike seems unlikely, but I would not leave things to chance. The question was leadership. A King's Guard would serve, ordinarily, but sending any of them from the capital now did not appeal to her. Support from them, she could count on beyond most others, and there were those outside the White Cloaks who could fill the role. John Connington might serve as well, young and capable, and loyal to Rhaegar beyond doubt, but against his liege he might be too rash. Sir Willem d'Ary, perhaps. A solid, loyal man, who was old enough to let patience join his plans. A knock on the door broke her from her thoughts. Come, Lara called, though they expected no one else to join them at this time. The door opened and a familiar woman stepped inside. Sarah. What brings you here? Elia asked the woman from the southern Crown lands. She was the daughter of some landed knight and a few years her elder, but most importantly her uncle's secret paramour and therefore a suitable go-between and source of information. Her hair and eyes were hazel, and her light skin right at home in the city, but the slant of her forehead was as Dornish as the Red Mountains. Sarah did not bother with any niceties beside a small bow of her head, before stepping close and whispering in Elia's ear. Another attempt. No insignia, no names. The Queen is on the way, but uninformed. Thoughts whirled, about possible instigators and plans, and about what might have been the motivation for this particular one, but there was little to be done now. Her uncle would have already handled everything necessary from his side. Thank you, Sarah. Weeks later a raven arrived, then riders announced and preparations were made. And before long the time had come. Elia waited in the main courtyard with the small council and Queen Rolla at her side, though she would not hold the title for much longer now. Ashura, Lara, and the others stood on her other side, separated from them by Sir Jonat Hordiari. Lords and ladies, knights and guardsmen, and a multitude of servants all waited in the open space with them, anticipating the announced arrival. A horn sounded and the first riders passed beneath the gates of the Red Keep. They were only gold cloaks, riding in a group of 4 at the head of the company, but they served to make the coming arrival more real than it had been before. Behind them followed 2 knights in surcoats of House Caron, followed closely by a group of mounted crossbowmen and another duo of knights. The next man that passed beneath the murder holes rode by himself, but he was the first that Elia identified immediately. Wild blonde hair swayed with his horse's steps and Naruto smiled as he came fully into view, his eyes immediately searching out Ashura. A knighthood was more than earned by now. The Blackwater had already warranted one, and he had given good service for the 3rd time now. Some lordship, perhaps, but it was no longer her decision. Naruto beckoned his black mare towards the side, where weeks ago an intruder had been hanged, and where the riders that came before him had gathered into an orderly group, his gaze never straying from his wife. Elia's mouth twisted slightly. More Caron knights and soldiers followed, but before long a herald made the announcement and the man of the hour rode into the courtyard. It had been more than half a year by now, since her husband had chosen to disappear. Silver blonde hair shone in the noon sun, and the red 3-headed dragon of his house blazed on Roriga's chest as he stopped his horse right in front of them. A young stable hand accepted the reins so he could dismount, and Elia spent a moment wondering where Sir Arthur and Sir Oswell were. She had expected them to be in Roriga's company upon his return, but if they had been part of the group, they would have ridden directly with their charge. Men and women knelt to their king, uncrowned or not, and bowed their heads. Lord Chelstead, adorned with a chain of linked golden hands, stepped forward before falling to a knee as well. "The Red Keep is yours, Your Grace." "Thank you, Lord Chelstead," Roriga acknowledged once he had closed the remaining distance, giving the unsaid signal to stand. "Call a meeting of the small council, so that we might properly deal with this rebellion now. I will join you shortly." "Immediately, Your Grace." The councillors bowed, all in their own way, and turned to leave. He walked over to them, expression serious, and faced Rolla. "Mother. My condolences for your loss," he said, even though it was just as much his, and not a great one to begin with. "I hope the last weeks have been kind to you." His mother smiled a tremulous smile, her black mourning dress and veil making her look paler than she truly was. She was a slight woman, though still taller than Elia herself, but she did not think the Queen Dowager had ever looked stronger than now at any time while Eris had still lived. "As kind as they could be, Your Grace. It is good that you are here now." Rolla hesitated, unsure, slowly wringing hands held in front of her body. Roriga was the one to step forward and gently embrace his mother for a few moments. Elia watched the others around them instead. Stable hands handled the many horses and servants under the steward's command began organizing the riders and how they would be settled for the time being. There was still a slow trickle of riders entering the walls of the keep, even if the first were already being shown to temporary quarters decided by station. Naruto crossed the yard, his mare handed off to be stabled and fed, and Ashura did not wait for him to come to her. They greeted each other enthusiastically, unconcerned about watching eyes as their lips met for a moment or listening ears as they exchanged quiet words. Elia looked away just as her own husband turned to her. Your Grace, she said coolly, meeting his eyes for only a moment, before curtsying as was polite and appropriate while greeting the king. Eliororiga greeted in turn, with the smallest inclining of his head. I would ask you to join me and the small council. It was you, was it not? Naruto allowed Ashura's quiet question to hang in the air for a few moments, fingers running up and down the soft skin on her back as he looked at the ceiling of their dark bedchamber. He knew perfectly well what she meant. Letting the comfortable quiet linger a bit longer, which he knew was answer enough in some ways, he met his wife's beautiful eyes. His wife, it felt good just thinking that, even if it had been near 3 months already. Yes. Her finger stopped for a short moment before continuing to slowly run along his collarbone. He had expected questions or even a gentle scolding, but Ashura offered nothing of the sort. He might not care much for kings and princes and lords, but pretty much everyone else did. No admonishment. Do you regret your actions? She asked instead of answering his question. Naruto did not need to think long. Twisted as that sounded even to himself, he would do it all over again if he had the chance. No, I do not. Then it is as simple as that, Ashura said quietly, her eyes shining with her small smile. She scooted forward on top of him, leaning over him so that her hair hid them from the night. Ares deserved his name, and I will not mourn him any more than is required of me. What trouble it made Roriga's to deal with now, and that he deserves entirely for disappearing as he did. One of his hands wandered upwards from where it had settled on her waist until he was cradling her neck, allowing him to draw her down to him. Naruto liked kissing his wife very much. Separating, she laid on his chest again, her head tucked under his chin. His right hand sought her own, fingers entwining, while his scarred left drew slow circles on her lower back, now and again trailing further down for a teasing touch. His mind wandered to what the next days and weeks would bring. He had brought the prince and soon king back to the city, but that alone did not solve matters. Unlike the Zetsus of his own former experience with war, these were ordinary people that could be swayed and reasoned with or even bought, so long as the price was right. How exactly, was the question, and who would not be convinced? What do you think he is planning to do? He asked eventually, giving voice to his thoughts. Ashura shifted slightly against him, her dark hair tickling his neck. Roriga. Naruto nodded, right thumb stroking the back of her hand. He will wait until those loyal to him are gathered before making significant moves. The lords to the north might keep the peace for a bit longer, even without reaching any agreement, but platitudes will only work for so long. The question is how Robert Baratheon will act. He might be Roriga's cousin, but I do not imagine that shared blood will keep them from clashing. Until then there is enough trouble to handle in this rotten city. He could not help but snort in amusement, for the small hint of longing in Ashura's voice as much as the disparaging words themselves. Calling this city rotten was fitting enough. King's Landing stank, which was to say nothing of court in the Red Keep. Having to watch every word, whether for the chance of insulting some lordling's pride or because there were listening ears hidden in every nook and around every corner, it all grew tiring rather quickly. The secret passage in their chambers he had found quickly, which made talking around Lord Varys' informants easier, but that awareness was also slowly straining his patience. We could go somewhere else. Leave all of this behind, Naruto said into the moonlit night. Ashura gave his hand a gentle squeeze, lips pressing a small kiss against his skin. Where would we go? He remained silent, thinking. The thought had come to him only now, without any true plan to make it feasible. There had been talk of a knighthood and lands, for his actions on Dragonstone and in service to the princess, but until anything was made official those were only words, not even promises. All of it liable to change. I did not mean to disparage the thought. The words drew his attention back to the room. Roger would be a fool not to grant you valuable holdings, and depending on their location we would have little to do with all of this, if we did not wish it. Holdings and seats and lands. He had seen plenty of them while scouring the Stormlands in his search, even if he had been forced to evade quite a few armies. Naruto had no idea what might be granted to him, or what it would truly end up entailing. He knew next to nothing of managing a household or ruling lands and its people. He could only judge by the thin veneer covering it all from the outside. Summerhall's ruinous shell, the impressive forests around the Windwater, the mountain ranges sheltering Black Haven. Squat Skull Point, High Griffin's Roost, and sprawling Night Song. Storm's End, now that was an impressive seat, but not one that would be gained through words and degrees and promises. There were plentiful castles and keeps elsewhere in the realm, in any case, most of which he had never even laid eyes on. Though in the end, these deliberations were not what he focused on. It would not affect what happened, not directly at least, no matter the time and energy he spent on it. And there was something more important anyways. But you enjoy it, don't you? I do, Ashura admitted, snuggling closer. But I don't want to inflict it on a child, not when, unlike Elia, I have a choice. For a moment, Naruto thought he had misheard her, or that he might have misunderstood. He raised his head, allowing him to see the smile on her lips, barely lit by the moon shining through the window. Her eyes were big and shining like two purple stars and held no hint of deception. You mean it? She disentangled their joined hands before bringing them further down and laying his own on her stomach palm first. By touch alone he could feel nothing obviously different, though the gesture itself was answer enough, but a moment of concentration expanded his awareness and allowed him to feel the new life growing below the surface. Similar, yet different than both of them. Yes. I mean it, she answered. I have not bled since we shared a bed. Thoughts whirled, tangling up in a wild, confusing cluster that had any words he could summon remain stuck in his throat. The chaos in his mind was loud and yet entirely silent, leaving him only staring wide-eyed at where their hands were placed. Dear. Ashura's voice brought a moment of calm and focus. A child. A son or daughter of his own. The word felt alien somehow. He had not spent a lot of concrete thought on children, even if he knew perfectly well that there had been nothing hindering this result after their vigorous activities upon being wed. It spawned worry and doubts. Were they ready for that? He was going to turn 20 this year and he knew precious little of raising a child. Soft fingers were a light pressure on his cheek, breaking him from his momentary stupor. A child, Naruto whispered, repeating, and met the spark of worry in her eyes. It didn't quite seem real yet, but every second made it more so. He squashed the doubtful whispers ruthlessly, welcoming other, more positive feelings to take their place instead. Our child. Naruto could not keep his lips from stretching into a smile so wide he could feel the strain it put on his cheeks, and then he laughed, uncaring about anyone else hearing. Grasping her hand, he pressed a quick kiss to the back before abandoning it to embrace her tightly. Warmth and restless energy spread throughout his body, barely allowing him to keep still. And he did not, leaning back only long enough to see her answering smile, before meeting her lips for a bruising kiss that tried to tell her all the things he could not find the right words for at the moment. They separated only when air became an adamant necessity, their panting breaths mingling in what little space there was between them. Touching their foreheads together, Naruto pressed another short kiss to her full lips. "I should tell you similar things every time," Ashura whispered, smiling. "As often as you want." Sleep eluded them for some time afterwards, though they found plenty of different activities to fill the hours. When the coronation followed the next day, neither of them felt particularly rested, though Ashura suffered more for it than he did. The September of Bela was filled near to bursting, all the nobles and everyone who was anyone in the city finding their way into the great seven-sided marble building. Before long, Roraga and Elia found their way before the High Septon, and Naruto had to gently shake Ashura to wake her up from where she was covertly dozing against him now that the important part was beginning. There were oils and blessings, and then, to cheers and hollers, a prince and princess became king and queen officially. A sudden twist of his wrist had blunted steel spinning through the air and land in the sand of the training yard, disarming the other knight and sharply reducing the threat he presented. A kick to the breastplate pushed the man away without his balance. Backplate met floor, but before Naruto could move to subdue, he had to deal with one of the others on the field with him. Ducking under the horizontal blow, he swept out with one leg and brought the Charon man to the ground in a crash of limbs and armor. He glanced behind him, saw the blunted axe coming for his head, and turned on a dime, one hand coming up to deflect the head to the side with his vambrace. The knight tried to pedal backwards, returning his weapon to his control by bringing his arm in as quickly as he could, but Naruto was faster even while holding back. 2 quick steps brought him halfway around the man. He reached for right shoulder guard, fingers hooking over the rim, and threw. The Stokeworth knight in green went tumbling away, right into the fourth and final opponent for this round of sparring. With all four in the sand and struggling to get to their feet, Naruto relaxed, releasing a deep breath. Even he was beginning to work up a sweat after a few rounds of this. Groans reached his ears from his defeated training partners and steel rustled as the men in plate walked or were helped from the field. Rolling his shoulders under the weight of his armor, though he had chosen to forego much of the outer layer of steel, he turned to those knights and men-at-arms waiting in the wings and challenged them with a cocky smile. "Who's next?" Shifting glances were exchanged, pride warring with the caution learned by watching the last 3 rounds end the same way this one had. When he had been approached for the first time, it had been men intending to test or humiliate the man from the stories told by Dragonstone men. After Naruto had humiliated them instead, others came forward as well, and soon, as word spread through the castle and city, the numbers grew more and more. His recent knighting had brought even more challengers, proud and convinced that they would be the ones to finally best him. Challengers who learned the folly of those thoughts and of underestimating him, just as much as everyone that came before them. Just as it seemed that a group of 5 had decided on being next, a newcomer broke in, the red and white steel of his armor gleaming in the late morning sun and the griffins painted on his breastplate as proud as they could be. "I'll be your next opponent." Lord John Connington, who Ashura had told him might soon be named Hand of the King, hefted a long shaft of ash, the axe blade and spike at the top quickly drawing Naruto's eye. He met the other man's pale blue eyes and twirled the blunted sword in his hand. "Gladly, my lord, but if you fight with a sharpened blade, I will as well." John Connington's lip curled in distaste, his fiery beard contorting to fit the expression. Sense and pride wrought visibly on his face and his fingers played restlessly with the wood in his gauntleted hands. Seconds passed in silence, the other knights and men-at-arms in the courtyard waiting anxiously for something to change. Seeing no intention to exchange weapons in the other man, Naruto walked to a nearby weapons rack and deposited the blunt one-handed sword he had been using. Uncorking his water skin, he took a few small, unhurried sips of the cool liquid, before taking up his own blade instead of the practice weapon he had been using before, all the while aware that his stalling was only aggravating the other man even more. Just like most of the other lords he had met, John Connington had pride aplenty. Naruto could not help himself. Nodding his head at the 4 men he had just beaten, he smiled widely in provocation. Pick your fellow fighters, or do you think yourself braver than all those gathered here? You will come to regret your words, so the other man ground out. Glaring, the Lord of Griffin's Roost raised a hand to the opened visor of his bassinet and closed his helmet with a crash of steel. Suit yourself. Naruto shrugged, rolled his wrists, and stepped to the edge of the ring. Turning his blade, he trapped it between his arm and torso, before moving to quickly undo the buckles closing his right vambrace. The closed helmet of the other man allowed no view of his features, but he could feel the indignation emanating from the Lord, nonetheless. It turned out that wearing armor allowed an entirely different way of taunting your opponents. Putting the piece of rounded steel to the side, Naruto took up his sword again, casually slashed the air 2 times, and entered the ring properly. John Connington made to take his first angry step immediately, uncaring of any impoliteness, but before he could, horns sounded in the yard from outside the walls, alerting the entire castle. Heads turned quickly, Naruto's opponent first among them, his anger seemingly entirely forgotten for the party soon passing through the gates of the Red Keep. Escorted by cloaks of gold and white, King Roraga rode under the raised iron portcullis, a heavy silk mantle of scarlet and black studded with gemstones thrown over the back of his night-black steed. Men and women bowed, and Naruto followed along with some remaining reluctance. He had never given these kinds of displays a lot of thought or value, but he could understand well enough that, genuine respect or not, it was a matter of keeping up appearances. The king dismounted, Sir Gerald Hightower and Sir Barristan Selmy by his side, and ascended the steps to the keep proper while sparing the many gathered men no more than a cursory glance. He had been making numerous visits to the September of Baylor since his return to the city, and they had only grown more noticeable after his coronation. Impressive as the building was, even Naruto could admit as much, it was not the architecture drawing the king's attention and taking up much of his time. According to Ashura, while Roraga prayed and sang as well as any other, it was the High Septon he was seeking out, often spending the majority of his visits in conversation with the nameless man known only by his title and position. Apparently, there was talk of a new position in the king's court. Just as the ruler of the 7 kingdoms had a personified hand and justice, there might soon be someone to embody his faith as well. What the larger point of it all was, for Roraga, Naruto had no idea at all. Though since Ashura didn't either, and even the man's wife had professed to no knowledge, he had largely put the matter out of his mind for now, curious though it was. Perhaps it was truly as simple as pacifying some of those justifiably affronted at Eris' actions. As the gates closed behind the small party and the gold cloaks rode into the city again, Naruto focused back on the match that was about to take place. The Griffin Lord's gaze lingered on where the king had just disappeared for a few moments, before he seemed to recall his former involvement and turned to begin their bout. Naruto waited, not even bothering with a proper guard of any kind, which finally seemed to be one final step too far for his opponent. Hiding none of his aggression, John Connington advanced, armored from head to toe in solid steel and handling his pole axe with comfort and control. His first strike came down with all the weight of the long weapon, the axe blade at the front swinging down to cleave whatever found its way below the edge. Instead of confronting the weapon directly, where a low block might have exposed him to the mean spike protruding from the head of the pole, Naruto simply danced to the side, his own blade coming out to push the steel head further away from him and open an exploitable hole in the other man's defense. It was his first time fighting against a weapon of this kind, and without more than one opponent to worry about, there was no need to go on the offensive immediately. John Connington did allow a hole in his defense to open, but Naruto's sword, sharp though it was, had little hope piercing the steel beneath without the assistance of his wind. He had not expected it to. Quick as he had stabbed, he retreated again, only a small mark in the steel showing where his attack had found his target, but the message of the retaliation had been made clear. The Griffin Lord tried to catch him with a returning strike using the back of the head, where a slightly thicker spike opposed the axe blade on the other side, but he was already out of range, stepping behind the man's back and out of sight. A mailed elbow to the back of the helmet rattled the man, and Naruto knew to expect the wild, wide swing that followed in an attempt to cover the lack of vision. He stepped lightly around the Lord, in the same direction of the man's attack, sticking to his back and shadow. Twisted around and unbalanced as John Connington was in that position, it was easy to hook a foot around his greave and pull one leg out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground with a grunt. "Tired already, my lord?" His only answer was more, now decidedly angry grunts of exertion. Sighing heavily, Naruto stepped away, giving the other man his space as he tried to untangle his limbs, weapon, and armor from each other. There was simply no changing it. At least some of the veterans had begun to expect his methods, but there was no getting around the sheer gap in experience and physical ability. Training against just one man was genuinely getting boring outside of the small bit of satisfaction he gained from pushing on their pride, and that worked just fine if not even better against more than one opponent. John Connington was beginning to struggle to his feet when Naruto's attention was drawn to something else. "Sir Naruto," a new, though familiar voice called from outside the ring, the man's tone tinged with displeasure. "The king has asked for you to attend him in his solar." Glancing over his shoulder, he spotted Barristan Selmy standing in a breach in the increasingly large crowd of onlookers. Him thrashing Lord Connington seemed to have attracted even more attention than his usual exploits in the training yard. It was, admittedly, the first important lord he had fought like this. His usual opponents were landed knights at most, usually not even that. Before he could answer, his opponent found his feet again. Sand crusted in some of the exposed bits of mail, and the affront at the humiliation seemed to almost radiate off Connington in waves. "I have not been defeated." Turning to face the Lord fully again, Naruto calmly waited for him to advance. A powerful step forward and the Griffin lanced out his poly axe for a probing stab, more careful than he had been the last time. Naruto stepped back, too far out of reach for the tip to even come into contact with his brigandine, and struck out with his own blade, the leaf-shaped blade seeking John's forward hand. The steel tip found mail-clad fingers with force, even if any cut was prevented by the layer of armor. The hand, and weapon, jerked in response, and John Connington made to pull away to bring his weapon around for a swing. Naruto's hand closed around the shaft just above his opponent's fingers, the short contest of strength quickly ending in his favor. He stepped in, pulling the weapon past his left side, soared like a stinger as it sought the mail guarding his opponent's armpit. A moment before the tip could punch through a link and penetrate the cloth and vulnerable flesh beneath, he stopped, retreating, the message delivered. It was not well received, however. Uncaring of the deadly blow it could have been, John Connington seemed to only see further disgrace. Changing angles, he struck with the small bottom spike of his weapon, using Naruto's own grasp on the top half of the wooden shaft as a pivot. Ducking, he released the weapon and let it sail harmlessly over his head, his sword immediately rising again on a path for the visored helmet of his opponent. Both of them stopped. Seeing the stiff hesitation in the other man's body, Naruto reached forward with his free hand and flipped open the steel visor, exposing his blade in full, the tip nearly poking the unprotected nose of the Lord from below. "You have now," Naruto said simply, before retracting his sword and stepping away. Without any remaining room for argument, he turned to collect his vambrace and sheath, before passing the ring on his way to Sabaristan and the keep. "The king asked for me." "Yes. Come as you are. His Grace expects you and there is no time to waste. Lead the way." They entered the keep to rising conversation in the yard, though any meaning soon faded from the words as they grew more distant in their path through the hallways. The walk was long but silent, any attempts at conversation on his part being quickly rebuffed by a stony countenance and hard frown. Passing the drawbridge into Magor's Holdfast and the white cloak standing guard there, Naruto wondered why this meeting was taking place in the king's private apartments, instead of any other place in the large castle. When they reached the correct door, Sir Gerald Hightower was standing guard outside. The two Kingsguard knights greeted each other with a simple nod, before Sabaristan knocked on the door and pulled it open. The chamber was airy and pleasant, a large desk covered by a map of the realm dominating the middle of the space. Portraits and tapestries covered the high walls and two large windows allowed a view of the castle and beyond that the entire city. That was where King Roraga stood, hands clasped behind his back and gaze fixed on some point in the distance. His crown rested on a cushion of crimson velvet, not far out of reach. "Sir Naruto, Your Grace," Sabaristan said, bowing, his tone clipped. "Thank you, Sabaristan. You may leave us," the king answered, his gaze never straying from his examination of the city. As the knight in white left the room, Naruto waited where he was, not quite sure what the purpose of this meeting was. "Is there some disagreement between you and Sabaristan?" Crossing his arms, he debated how to answer for a moment. Their interactions since he had come to the city were sparse, but the older knight clearly did not hold him in high regard. "He is not particularly fond of me, but any enmity is largely one-sided." Roraga nodded, still looking out the window, and then changed the topic. "How did John perform? The honest truth, if you would." He dismissed the words valiant effort, dishonest as they would have been, in light of the second part. "As well as I expected him to," he said instead, trying to sound at least somewhat diplomatic. "What Lord Connington lacks in patience he makes up for in spirit and vigor." "He does indeed," the king agreed, a fond smile audible in the words. He tightened his hands behind his back and glanced at him meaningfully from over his shoulder. "I would ask you to forgive them their manner. They do not understand, not truly." Naruto did not either, it seemed to him, but he did not voice that confusion and simply agreed instead. "Of course." "Good." Roraga nodded and turned his eyes back to the window. "I called on you for another matter entirely, however." Instead of any explanations, silence held the room for a few moments. Naruto felt his eye move to the large map, armies and important positions marked with ink and small ivory figurines. "Do you treasure your wife, sir? I understand you have been wed less than half a year and spent much of that time apart, but nonetheless, do you? Lady Ashura is a beautiful woman and her brother speaks well of her mind as well." Naruto did not have to consider long. "Yes, I do." Roraga nodded, clearly expecting that to be his answer. "Yet you have no lands or seat of your own, no household she might manage, and no incomes to buy silks, gems, or fine wines. No inheritance you might pass on to your future children. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered what other man wanted to achieve by this except annoy him somewhat. Early days. Respectfully, Your Grace. The king released a quiet chuckle. Yes, early days indeed. He shook his head, long silver hair tumbling in a slight breeze. When I knighted you, it was not meant as a slight that no lands accompanied the honor. You have served me and my family well, even in this short time. No honest man would dispute that. Then he turned around with distant eyes. 3 steps and he stood before his realm, one hand trailing across the painted lines and names for a moment. I have a mind to make you a lord, sir, though the lands remain undecided yet. In the Riverlands, perhaps, or even in the Vale. Undecided, as I said. My lords and advisers might argue and profess their concerns, but noble blood or not, there are matters that simply must be. Even if they cannot see why, as I do. Gratitude and suspicion warred inside Naruto. He cared little for another title, but lands and a keep, with the means to afford the life Ashura deserved, that was another matter. Yet something was strange about all of this, some underlying motive or problem he could not quite grasp. Before I do, however, I would give you another task. Roruga's finger moved south, over the capital, before coming to rest just north of Night Song, where Naruto had found him and his company the last time. A sun and spear figurine stood right next to his finger. Dornish spears are marching north at the moment, somewhere in this area. They have some reluctant help from Lord Charon, but I would not leave things to chance. I am sending Prince Luin to take command of the force and would have you accompany him to ensure they are not harassed while marching here. After my cousin's defeat at Ashford, his army was scattered. Lord Tarly is pursuing their main strength north, but he has encountered delays in his attempt to cross Meriwether lands, while Robert found some other way to cross the Mondea and has set a tremendous pace. What parts he could not rally for his flight might choose to return to their lands or may simply make themselves a nuisance for any that oppose their liege. What their exact numbers are or where they will go, I cannot say, but I would not expose the Dornish to them in unfamiliar territory. I understand, Naruto said. It suited him well enough, especially if it got him what Roruga had promised. After that, well, he would see then. You ride at first light tomorrow, the king said, dismissal clear in his voice, and turned away to look out of the window again. Before Naruto could pull open the door, Roruga addressed him one more time. You might wish to know that Lord Dane is part of the force. His bow thrummed, an arrow flew, and the runner died. He went over, inspected carefully, tugged on and tightened knots and bindings, looked at 2 of the sustained injuries, collected his arrow, and then returned to his former spot overlooking everything. Drumming his fingers on his arm, Naruto waited. Leaves rustled as a breeze blew through the large clearing and the faint sounds of a small creek drifted to his ears from some distance away. A young yearling wandered close, peeking curiously out of the tree line and into the clearing, before one of the struggles made metal loudly scrape against metal, making the animal turn and run and birds chirp excitedly as they hurriedly took off. Naruto waited. A few feet away his horse munched happily on a patch of grass, and the sounds of hapless struggling from the other direction were a continuous annoyance. Grunts and muffled attempts at communication reached his ears and were swiftly ignored. He trusted the rest of the work for the most part, certainly after he had taken a look of his own. Naruto continued to wait, while the sun slowly continued its ascent and the morning grew late. Struggles ceased and then took up again, but the bonds held. Even if they did not, none of them would manage more than 24 yards before being feathered between the shoulder blades, as had happened to the last. Hooves sounded in the distance, but these were only the small numbers whose return he was expecting around this time. There was still more waiting to do. Armies were dreadfully slow. But at least this meant things were moving along. Above him, a shrill call drew his gaze. Morning circled until Ashura saw his small wave, before wheeling away to land somewhere in the vicinity, her message delivered. 3 riders entered the clearing from the west, returning from the scouting he had sent them to do in that direction, together with another group that should not be far behind. The force they had found had been rather small, and other scattered units being in the area without this one's knowledge was entirely possible. Naruto walked to meet them, dragonbone bow slung over one shoulder and the captives kept in his peripherals. Anything? Not for near 10 miles. We went south as well, almost to the Kokaleswent, but nothing near the headwaters either, came the quick response from the trio's leader. Dorian, a capable man-at-arms serving under one of Lord Fowler's trusted knights. His dull blue eyes glanced around the clearing, dispassionately noting the new corpse and then promptly ignoring it. We're the first to return. Naruto nodded his head. Yes, though everyone else won't be long. Rest yourself and your horses, but stay sharp. There will be more to do when the main column gets here. Understood, so was the neutral response, but he knew it was no sign of disrespect. The man was like that near all the time and capable enough to let it go. At least for him. Dorian waved to the 2 near-identical young men behind him and then began leading his horse to where Naruto's own was still grazing calmly, followed by the others. The twins immediately began squabbling with each other, as they were wont to do whenever there was no apparent danger or someone else to argue against in earnest. Distracted though they were, they noticed the corpse as well. He another runner, so, one of the 2 asked while searching his pack for some food. Yes. His bonds weren't tight enough and he slipped out. Probably thought he'd reach the tree line. As if that would change anything. Maybe he believed he'd dodge the arrow and the army that follows. The younger, meaningless as that was, chuckled mockingly, intentionally loud enough to be heard by those still bound and waiting. Leave it, you 2. No need to linger on a dead man's foolishness. It's the stranger's business now, Dorian interjected, never raising his voice. The twins acquiesced without fuss or argument. Even they knew there was no point with the older soldier. Instead, they began audibly squabbling about the important advantages and disadvantages of different bow draws, even if they both used the same 3-fingered technique. Naruto left them to it. It did not take much longer for the other patrols he had sent out to return. He had been given a score of men from the different lords making up the Dornish army and then tasked with taking care of any opposition in their way. This one marked the second encounter with one of the scattered groups of Stormlanders separated after Ashford, and though it had by far surpassed that first dozen in numbers, there were still hundreds, even thousands of men unaccounted for. And Mace Tyrell's army was forcing them to stay moving. If they were ever to encounter a larger group of soldiers, it would be after this, when there was no need to have crossed the Kokaleswent to get further south as they fled eastwards. After receiving roughly the same answer from all the others as he had from Dorian, Naruto had nothing else to do but wait for a little bit longer, until finally a large group of riders from the south became audible, hooves thumping in a rough order while carriage wheels rumbled down a forest path. Gather the horses, he called to his own men, sitting in small groups at one edge of the clearing. Some ate a few quick bites while others took the time they had to rest or play a quick game of dice, but all of them stopped and moved to obey. Once this is handled, we are setting out again. The Dornishmen had discarded the cloaks and scarfs used to cover their armor from cooking in the sun, making them look little different than any other southern soldier in armor. The first riders were knights in plate, shields painted with the sword and star of House Dane attached to their arms and their blades sheathed at their sides, joined and led by the 2 men he had sent to fetch them. Following behind was a solitary rider, a purple plume attached to his helmet where the steel crested into a rising sun and a silk cloak thrown over the back of his horse. The surcoat was white on purple, as was only fitting. Naruto suppressed the urge to sigh heavily. The day had been going so well too. More and more riders came into view, mounted archers and crossbowmen, squires and a few lance-wielding knights, and various other men at arms. Most important were the 2 empty carriages, large and made of wood, each drawn by a team of strong horses. The group's leader and liege rode towards him, while his men spread out in the clearing. Dismounting, Alaric Dane, Ashura's elder brother, pulled off his helmet and faced him. Unlike his siblings, his hair was a light blonde, and the shade of purple that was so vibrantly enchanting in Ashura's eyes was paler and harder in her oldest brother. Lord Dane Naruto greeted, inclining his head politely. "So, these are the men you caught, then?" the other asked, eyes fixed on the tied-up Stormlanders sitting in one part of the clearing, immediately moving past any niceties which suited him just fine. "The ones that surrendered." Alaric shifted his gaze to another part of the space, where they had piled the bodies. "And those would be the ones that fought." "Very well." Turning away, he addressed the knights still standing close by. "Gather the prisoners in the wagons and make a list of who we have here. Everything else will be for the main column." His men set to work to accomplish the orders, while Alaric remained where he was. He hooked his thumbs through his belt and seemed to mull over his words, features set in a tight frown. Naruto waited for the Lord to speak whatever he intended. "I do not like you, sir. Not the slightest bit. I had and still have half a mind to dissolve your marriage, even with Queen Elia and others as witnesses to your vows and the discord that would sow between me and my sister. There are ways, easiest of which would be to have my knights force you to your knees and take your head right here and now, so that I might be done with all this bother. Even if you tried, you would not find that quite so easy to accomplish. I would advise against the attempt. I've taken enough lives this morning," Naruto replied calmly. He did not think that it was actually a course of action the man seriously considered. "I have no need for your advice," Alaric rebuked, scowling. "A knight you might be, and perhaps even a lord soon, but do not forget yourself. I won't deny your deadliness, but I brought hundreds of deadly men from Starfall, any of whom might have served if that was the only matter of import in choosing a husband for my sister." Naruto did not even narrow his eyes, meeting the other man's clear frustration head-on. "And yet here I am, with no intention of dying or making myself scarce. Bound to your sister by promise and sacred vow." "Here you are," Alaric conceded after a moment. One of his hands moved to a small pouch at his belt, from which he took out a familiar folded piece of paper. "I have considered my sister's words over the last weeks, extensively and often. I admit to not seeing what she does." Now they were getting to the heart of the matter. "And what do you see, my lord?" "A lapse in judgment on her part, an extensive one, and all for a jumped-up sellsword with no value beyond the steel he wields. Harsh, certainly, but honest and not entirely unfair, considering what the man did and did not know of him." "Then why not attempt to go ahead with your outlined plans?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and glanced at the men in Dane colors in the clearing. Near 20, all told, and nearly enough to match the prisoners he and his own men had taken sword for sword. He'd need to kill to deal with that many. You are an insolent man. Alaric scowled even deeper than before. A quality that you seem to have shared with my sister, for her to make requests of lands and rights. It is only the love and trust I bear her that makes me give you any chances at all, to show me what the value is she claims you have beyond that. You would be wise to keep that in mind. Before the other man could turn to walk away, Naruto spoke up a final time. Chances. One for my sister to explain and one for you to make good on her promises. His business concluded, the Lord of House Dane went to oversee the prisoners still being forced onto the wagons. Naruto watched him leave in silence for a few moments before shaking his head and moving to accomplish his own tasks. It could have gone worse. The rest they would deal with back in the capital. Another month, maybe slightly more, at their current pace. Mounting his horse, he addressed his own men. You all know your tasks. Eyes open and ears sharp, we're burning daylight. A few days after Naruto and the Dawnish army had returned to the city, King Roraga arranged a private dinner with his family and a few select guests of import. He wasn't quite sure why he and Ashura were invited, but there were certainly more important matters to rack his head about, ones that wouldn't be basically entirely irrelevant in a day. So he picked out his best clothes, admired Ashura as she was helped into her dark blue gown, widened to accommodate her increasing size, and then put on a convincing smile as they were led into the room and to their seats. For a king, even a private dinner was a grand affair. The long table had enough room to hold 20 people and all of that space was being put to use. King Roraga sat surrounded by his family, with his wife and queen on his left and his mother Rolla and young brother Prince Viserys to his right. The place of honor next to Queen Elia was filled with Sir Kevan Lannister and beside him Lord Lewis Lyden, who had come to King's Landing a day before Naruto's own return, to speak on behalf of Lord Tywin Lannister and negotiate. They were to depart the next day. Choice lords and ladies from the Reach, Crown lands, and Dawn filled the rest of the seats and made polite conversation with each other as cups were filled with wine and large platters of food were carried into the room by servants. Before they could actually get to the food, however, there was another matter. Roraga stood, tall and proud, all the eyes in the room drawn to him and quiet setting in. I thank you all for gathering here today, and for your continued loyalty to me and mine. He paused, glancing at the many different faces in the room. My father understood the way of things. As Targaryens, fire is our nature and power. The source of our strength. Yet he left me a troubled realm upon his death, trouble that still has not been dealt with. I know to name you all among those I can rely on in these taxing times and in those yet to come, whether your role be big or small, and I know that recent events have sparked doubts in many. Worry not, these troubles will be short-lived in the end, and soon peace and unity will be restored, so that we might turn our focus to the future and the trial it will bring. Yet until then, matters of the here and now take precedence. Roraga turned towards the Lannister representatives. Sir Kevan, Lord Lyden. Lord Tywin shall have his answer within a moon's turn, when everything has been put into place. Naruto did not know what that meant and a quick glance at his wife showed only a near imperceptible shake of her head. Judging by the crease in Queen Elia's brow, she had no idea either. Sir Kevan, a solid, broad-shouldered man with short blonde hair, stood and bowed his head. Thank you, Your Grace. My brother will be glad of it. When he was once more the only one standing, Roraga gave a small smile and raised one hand towards the servants waiting nearby. Now, let us eat. Cream of mushroom soup began the meal, but more and more fare came to the table in orderly fashion. Trout baked in clay, rack of lamb with a crust of herbs and garlic, and cheese roundels on warm dark bread joined on the side by snake sauce that was appreciated by the Dornishman and largely avoided by everyone else. There were salads, cold fruit soup, honeyed figs, and peppers stuffed with cheese, and all of it joined by plentiful variety of drink. Naruto enjoyed sharing a dark, rich wine with Ashura as they ate and talked sporadically of this or that banality, though hers had been watered down and she switched to lemon sweet after the first cup. As servants came to clear the table for the final course, she politely obliged Lady Awinokurt's attempt to strike up a conversation and he took the opportunity to sip his wine as he glanced around at the other guests. Lord Tali frowned while drinking his wine, as he had for most of the meal. Naruto wasn't sure if he had seen the Marcher Lord smile even once, though they had not spent much time in each other's presence. Prince Viserys, by far the youngest in the room, tugged on his mother's sleeve and whispered some complaint in her ear. Naruto could not hear the words, but the petulant twist of the mouth was easy enough to understand and soon explained when Rolla sighed and poured him another thimble of sweet golden wine before turning back to her conversation with the king. From everything he knew, it was already a marked improvement that the princeling was not throwing a tantrum as soon as something had disagreed with him. "It is not polite to stare," came the quietly amused words from his right as he was reaching for another fig. Lara Blackmont sat with her Lord Father, followed by Lord Quentin Corgyle, his Aegulian, and daughter Mora. "I like to call it observing," Naruto quipped as servants brought venison cooked in beer, the antlered skull of the mighty beast presented on a platter in the middle of the table to serve as a trophy. Lara chuckled and took another sip of her wine. She wore a dress of yellow velvet with black and white embroidery provocatively accentuating her womanly shape and a heavy necklace of black diamonds hanging above the low cut. "Whatever name you give it, it remains true." He shrugged easily, smiling. "Then I will simply have to suffer the horrors of being impolite." "Truly, dear Ashura has found herself bound to a rogue," Lara sighed airily, full lips stretching into a smile of her own as she waved a glittering hand. "Was it the prospect of a lordship?" "No, it must have happened even earlier. Knighthood, perhaps." "Tell me, what was it that corrupted you? You seemed so very gallant at Harengel." Naruto jokingly adopted a serious, secretive manner, throwing careful glances around the table as he leaned close. "I will tell you, my lady. But you must promise to keep the secret safe, with your life if it becomes necessary." She leaned in as well and laid a hand over her heart, playing along, her dark eyes revealing her amusement. "I swear it, solemnly." "Now do tell." One last furtive glance and a moment of waiting as the servants retreated from around them and Naruto whispered. "It was my wife that corrupted me. It took her no more than a moment upon our first meeting, and I found myself enthralled. I only realized it later, but by then the damage had been done and I had no choice anymore." He turned his head, leaning back in his seat, so that both of them had a view of Ashura as she curiously glanced in their direction while Lady Aowin sipped on her wine. "But you must tell no one, most of all not her. I cannot say what she might do to me if you did. I always suspected her, but she never slipped up in my presence before," Lara replied in a conspiratorial whisper. "I thank you for the warning, and for your sacrifice, good sir." They lasted no more than a few moments, before breaking into quiet laughter that only made Ashura even more visibly curious. The food demanded their attention then, and Naruto ate his fill, as he had done of all the things that had come to the table before. When everyone had eaten their fill, the table was cleared of everything but a few platters and bowls filled with fruit, the freed-up space taken up by carafes full with wine and giving the wordless signal that dinner had ended. Rolla was the first to excuse herself, though she had eaten little and drank even less. Her exit only served to reinforce the message and began a slow trickle of people leaving. When Queen Elia left as well, slightly pale and not always quick enough to hide the unsettled expression from his eyes, Ashura announced her intention to follow, pleading tiredness, though Naruto knew better. "Let me walk you back," he said, standing and offering a hand. Ashura smiled indulgently and accepted his assistance. "Withstanding, no more. I am with child, dear, not a cripple. I will manage the short way to our chambers without you. You can stay here. I'll be with you soon," Naruto whispered with a smile and pressed a short kiss to her lips. His eyes followed her as she walked from the room, before returning to the table and the remaining guests around the table. After a few more minutes of drinking and conversation of hunting and harvests, he determined that it was time he left as well. Before he could stand up, thank the king politely for the invitation and meal, and then excuse himself, Roraga stood himself. "The hour grows late, and the realm and our duties do not rest tomorrow. We should cherish these opportunities, yet they cannot last forever," he said, politely dismissing everyone that still remained. Naruto bowed his head and turned to leave the room before he was stopped by additional words. "Sir Naruto, a moment of your time." He watched Lord Rossby and his young wife bow deeply with a "Your Grace" before shuffling from the room, a pattern repeated 5 additional times until it was only him, the king, and a knight of the King's Guard in the room. "How may I be of service, Your Grace?" Roraga began walking towards one corner of the room, where a door led to a separate chamber, and motioned for him to follow. Sir Gerald Hightower fell in behind them, his scaled armor rustling with every one of his steps. The king pulled on the door, revealing a smaller, private chamber with a window looking towards the walls and out to sea. One of the walls was covered by a tapestry depicting dragonstone, with dragons swarming in the air around it, and the rest of the space was crammed with books and scrolls. Had there been a fire in the hearth, he did not doubt that it would have been quite cozy. "You are a learned man, from what I am told," Roraga said, absently studying one of the bookshelves. "I spent a few moons at Old Town, learning at the Citadel." The king nodded his head and turned to face him. Then he switched his gaze to the King's Guard in the room with them. "Thank you, Sir Gerald. If you would give us a moment." "Your Grace," sounded from behind him, and after a few steps the thick door to the room closed, leaving only the two of them. "It is not any easy matter to speak of, for me, but I know to see you as one that understands already, in your own way," Roraga began cryptically. "Valeria, the ancestral home of my family, knew and had much we still do not understand now. Yet what the rest of the 40 dismissed and what turned out to be their doom in the end, the Targaryens understood. It is what saved us then, as it will save everything soon. Daenerys saw the doom and so much more, and understood what had to be done. For life to flourish and prevail, certain things simply have to be." Naruto felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He did not like the way this explanation was shaping up, but he could control himself. 400 years have passed since the doom. Things have changed since then. "You are right, certain things have changed." Roraga nodded and stepped towards the depiction of Dragonstone. Aegon forged one kingdom from 7 in that time, and his dynasty rose and fell and will rise even stronger again through the hardships and struggles. Yet there exist certain truths that remain as they have been for centuries. For even longer than 400 years. Truthfully, there are others that understood as well. It is not only my family's achievement. Those that lived long ago and observed truths written in stone, and tried to impart them on those that followed. Yet too few remain that still do. Action is needed, to put the pieces into place and to make it clear to all, hard though it may be to hear. Fate has settled all this long ago, and we need only understand and follow along the paths laid out for us. Follow the verses of this grand song. Fate. Fate again. Fate and destiny and prophecy. It was like he was trapped in some mad cycle. The dragon must H. Naruto surged forward, hoisting the man into the air by his doublet. Prophecy. And fate. Is that what this is all about? He shook the silently dangling Raruga once. Is it? The man matched his gaze with a calm demeanor that seemed entirely out of place. The dragon must have 3 heads, there is no other way. Only the prince that was promised can stand against the dark. Naruto opened his hand, letting the king drop to the ground in an undignified heap. Reason, Naruto. This is a moment for reason. And calm. With those thoughts and a moment of meditation he calmed himself, suppressing the reaction he wanted to exhibit. I'm going to ask this only once, what is that supposed to mean? Weirdly, he felt somewhere beyond anger at the moment. All his misgivings faded into the background, where they lingered to emerge again depending on the answer he received. Raruga righted himself and his clothes, and then answered. It has been known for centuries that the long night will return and bring a winter that will last generations. The prince that was promised alone is capable of throwing off that calamity. But for that he must have Lightbringer. Lightbringer is a sword, Naruto said, unfeeling. He recalled the tale, vaguely from Shura and with a bit more clarity from the citadel. The king shook his head, as if he had half expected him to know enough to ask that. Only in the most literal reading of the accounts. The blade was said to set fire to everything it touched, its heat endless, but no true blade could behave in such a way. Dragons, it could be nothing else, the truth twisted over so many years. They are fire made flesh and fire is life. Something loomed in the distance now. Some last connection to the here and now Naruto had not made yet. Yet dragons have not flown over the 7 kingdoms since the time of my ancestor, Egon III. The conqueror took as his sigil the 3-headed dragon, for he understood the truth and knew that not him and his wives had brought Westeros to heal, but Balerion, vigor, and Meraxes bringing fire and blood. 3 dragons and 3 riders, then as now. Anger rose in him again, not as hot as before, but no less insistent. Naruto narrowed his eyes, fixing the other man with a piercing stare. I killed 300 Valarmen at Dragonstone. I butchered those men like cattle, and have killed more since, for you and your cause. For a war started by you and your mad father. Just because you think you are meant to be some kind of hero. A dragon rider of old. Chosen by destiny. There was an edge to his voice, and he gave the last word the sneering twist it deserved. No, Raruga denied calmly with a far-off look in his eyes. I will not be the hero of this song. That task will fall to another, in time. And then Naruto understood, pieces slotting together to form a picture he had not even imagined seeing. Raruga did not style himself the conqueror come again. He was not the prince that was promised even in his own mind. No, instead of Egon I, Raruga believed himself to be Aerion Targaryen, father to Egon, Rhaenys, and Visenya. The first 2, he already had, but Queen Elia could bear no more children. Where is she? Naruto whispered in dawning horror. It was true, all of it. He remembered Lyanna Stark from Harrenhal. Her and her disguise and the taunting shield left in a tree. Just a girl. Not even 6 and 10 by now. In a safe place, Roraga answered, admitting. But that is no concern of yours. The war, this rebellion comes first. Everything else will be for the after, for cold and winter. Incredulity took over for Naruto. You really do intend to fight this out? No terms, no peace. Madness began this and you'll carry right along. He barked out a laugh that had nothing of humor in it. How had found himself involved in this mess? It didn't matter. Right now, something else did. I'll have no part in it. You will, Roraga replied, cool hardness taking over his features and shoulders squared. What patience he had held on to clearly used up. I have sworn no vows, Naruto said coldly. I made no oaths to you or your mad father. And you think I'd still fight for you? You have already, at Dragonstone and in the Stormlands, Roraga countered, a twitch of discontent in his expression. I did fight, but not for you. Believe what you will, either way you will again. Oh. Will I? Fury was rising in him again, beckoned to the surface after it had been replaced by more important concerns before. And why would I do anything like that? Your lordship depends upon it, for one. That gave him a pause, but only for a moment. So be it, then. I'll manage without. Roraga frowned as he mustered him, before releasing a defeated sigh. Truly, I had hoped that this ugliness would not become necessary. That reason might prevail. For Lady Ashura, if nothing else. You leave me no choice, sir. This matter is too important to be left to chance. Naruto saw red. He was beyond anger now, a soul-deep fury taking hold of him. There was nothing to misunderstand about those words. A step, a grasp, and tightening his muscles, that was all it would take for bone and cartilage to give out, ending a life and removing the threat. Feathers fluttered and he felt another pair of eyes. Whipping his head around, he saw a raven looking at them from the window, twisting its head this way and that as it took a curious look around. Peace, the blackbird croaked suddenly, imitating speech with queer intelligence. It flapped its wings, once, twice, and then puffed up its body to appear bigger and more imposing. Peace, 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 it echoed again, before quickly flying off, its curiosity sated. The strangeness of it all served to introduce a shock of cool focus as much as the distraction of the event did. He wasn't thinking straight right now. Killing a king like this. He might as well sign himself and Ashura up for the outlaw life. There would be no question this time, no one else to take the blame. He was known to be here, with the king. Even if he killed Sigurd as well, there were others that knew. There would be no getting away with it this time around. Doing it anyway would spell doom. And that wasn't even considering any additional preparations Roraga might have made, should things turn ugly. For all he knew, there was already someone in place, should there be even a hint of something. Naruto suppressed the panic trying to seize his heart, brought on by that train of thought. Ashura was safe, so long as he played along. He had to believe that. Deep breaths brought him back, but the fury still simmered. His fingernails were digging bloody holes into his palms. This was defeat, but only for the moment. Very well. I hope you will understand eventually that this is necessary. Truly, I do. Ashura found Elia where she knew she would. Turning the corner to the royal nursery, she spotted Elia exchanging a clipped word of greeting with Sir Barristan before turning to enter the room where her children were being cared for. Elia, Ashura called, quickening her steps slightly to shorten the wait. The expression on Elia's face, resembling the one she had adopted as the dinner had moved along and the venison brought out, was quickly wiped away, replaced instead by the appropriate neutrality and small polite smile expected of her as both queen and lady. She caught up with her by the door and they entered the nursery together, without exchanging any more words for now. 3 nursemaids were in the chamber, 2 of them talking quietly while the third kept a careful eye on little Princess Rhaenys as she played in a small crimson nightgown, even though the sky was losing the violet and red of twilight for the black of night. All 3 hurriedly bowed their heads upon their entrance and sounded a "Your Grace" together, quiet on account of the peacefully sleeping Prince Aegon. Princess Rhaenys quickly looked up, her dark eyes immediately fixed on her mother and a smile on her young face. The toys she had been playing with, a dragon and a cat involved in either a fierce battle or important negotiation, Ashura was unsure, were quickly abandoned for pushing herself to her feet and toddling over. "Mummy." Ashura laid a hand on her stomach as Elia bent down to pick up her daughter. There was no way to say, boy or girl, before the labor, and there were still some months until that time. Only the new year would bring that information, nothing else. She could barely wait. "And why are you not abed already?" "Home?" Elia asked, putting on a happy front for her child. Instead of answering the question with the words she already knew, Rhaenys only put a finger to her lips, clearly imitating a gesture used on her very recently, forcefully pointed at her brother's crib, and whispered, somehow quiet and yet loud at the same time, "PSSHHH. Eggs sleepy." Ashura smothered a smile and Elia obediently lowered her voice even more, nodding emphatically. "Oh yes, your brother is very sleepy." Then she glanced at one of the nursemaids, her question clear. "She would not settle down, Your Grace. We thought a bit more play would be no harm and might tire her out." Elia nodded her head, accepting the explanation, and walked to Aegon's crib with Rhaenys on her arm. "Give us the room for a few moments." While the maids left the room and Elia leaned down to gently run a finger over her son's cheek, Ashura matched Rhaenys' curious eyes from over the queen's shoulder with a smile. The little princess looked at her shyly, one hand grasping her mother's dark hair and the other held in front of her mouth. Elia straightened, turning her head to face her daughter, and then reached out with her fingers and tickled Rhaenys' tummy when Ashura remained the object of attention. The reaction was immediate and loud, high-pitched giggles exploding from the tiny mouth, and the hand formerly held in front of her mouth quickly put to use clutching Elia's dress for a better hold. There was clearly no mercy to be found in the queen as she walked to the other side of the room, a small moment of respite only used to put a finger to her lips and imitate her daughter from before. "Sure, your brother sleeps." After that it was back to tickling without quarter, despite Rhaenys' struggles and failed efforts to keep from giving voice to her joy. It did not take long for every small pause to elicit rapid huffing and puffing from the princess as she tried to regain the air she was losing to the relentless assault. It was also managing to deplete her remaining energy. Ashura saw the way her eyelids began to droop. The Rhaenys adorably fought to stay awake a bit longer, a battle she was blatantly losing. "Are we ready for bed now?" For an answer, Elia earned 2 little arms sleepily hugging around her neck in the affirmative. Crossing the remaining distance, she untangled the arms and lowered her daughter into the small, enclosed bed. Rhaenys fussed for a few moments, still fighting against drowsiness, but eventually she allowed herself to be tucked under the blanket, her sleepy eyes searching the surroundings before she raised her arms again. "Draggy." Elia knew immediately what was meant and collected the dragon toy from the floor for the princess to hug onto. It was black and red, snarling angrily and baring its teeth, but Rhaenys loved the stuffed toy given to her by Rhaegar. Despite his long former absence and whatever his faults, Rhaenys adored her father. Slowly, quiet and peace set into the chamber as breathing slowed and calmed for the embrace of dreams. Ashura saw the way the happy exterior fell from Elia's face, replaced with something far more complicated and severe. "He seeks to set me aside," came the neutral words, eventually. A statement of fact. Elia had not even looked up, her gaze glued to the now dozing Rhaenys and one hand lightly playing with her daughter's dark locks. Surprise rose up in her, quickly joined by a shock of worry as she began understanding. The many visits to the September of Baelor since his return, the favor shown to the faith, and now a pending alliance with Tywin Lannister. "Cersei Lannister?" Ashura asked quietly, sharply aware of the potential for listening ears, whether at the door or in whatever nooks and crannies and secret tunnels existed in the walls around the chamber. Standing again and facing her, Elia only inclined her head the smallest bit, her mouth a tight line. For any further words, they retired to Elia's solar, so they might not disturb the sleeping children and reduce the chance of curious nursemaids hearing. "Do you know or do you only suspect?" Ashura asked, once they had seated themselves. "Suspect," Elia admitted, swirling the wine in her glass. "Yet what else should I think when Rhaegar makes alliance with Lord Tywin, the details of which no one is aware of?" Aerys mocked him for desiring that marriage, but with Rhaegar on the throne there is another chance now. If the Westerlands were to join the rebels instead, I do not imagine things will go well for us. You do not think Lord Connington will succeed? She had harbored doubts as well, from the very beginning. Jon was capable, but sending him against his rebellious liege was inviting rashness. They would clash soon, or perhaps they had already. If the ravens had been lost or never even sent, it would be some time before they knew. Taking a sip of wine, Elia shook her head. "No. The Blackfish is a veteran and will have known of his movements for a long time, and Robert and his men are emboldened by glory and victory even after Ashford. Jon will not win, and I hope he sees it early enough to sound a retreat." Ashura nodded her head, though she worried that the early warning might make a retreat impossible as well. Circling the God's Eye from Harrenhal would take much time, but there were forests aplenty in Wentlands, and a small, determined force might be able to cross the lake on large boats or even rafts, cutting off the way back southeast. Time would tell in the end. There was nothing they could do now to affect those events. Even morning would need time to cross that distance, swift though she was, not to mention the delay caused by finding the armies. Instead, she focused on another matter, the part of the original words that had remained unspoken until now. The children. She trailed off, unsure how to say it. It was horrible enough to think about, but saying it aloud felt even worse. Rhaegar will keep them in the inheritance, at least until there is another son, but we both know they won't survive long. Elia nearly choked on the words, her dark eyes trained on the crimson liquid in her glass. Tywin would never stand for them to take the throne instead of his own blood. If I do nothing, they will suffer an accident of some sort eventually, a sudden sickness perhaps, or some other tragedy. What will you do? Ashura asked as the queen slugged back her wine, emptying her glass in one despairingly careless draw. The shadows thrown by candles and hearth were making a ghastly visage of her face. "I don't know," came the quiet answer. It was an admission of defeat that burned in her ears as much as it must have on Elia's tongue. A commotion from outside drew their attention, but it was still surprising when the door was opened so forcefully it seemed like it would be torn from its hinges. Naruto followed immediately behind the heavy oak, his wild, desperate gaze flitting around the room before finding her own. Ashura had stood up in surprise, a question on her lips, but before she had the opportunity to ask him, he crossed the distance in quick, hurried strides and enveloped her in a tight embrace, his hands pressing her into his body. "Dear?" she asked, confused. But Naruto did not answer, only holding her tightly for a few moments more. When he released her, giving her enough room to meet his eyes again, they remained unchanged, still desperately searching for something as they roved over her face. They did not find it, whatever it was. "Dear, what is it?" Ashura repeated, now beginning to worry. What could have happened? She had never seen him like this. She laid a hand on his cheek, hoping to calm him. What happened? He leaned into her hand immediately, his unsettled eyes slowly settling. "Fine. You're fine, completely fine," he whispered, more to himself than her, releasing a deep, relieved breath. "Completely fine." "Yes, I'm fine," she agreed quietly, uncaring for a moment of what Elia might currently be thinking. "We've just been here, in this room, talking." "The room," he repeated quietly, before the desperation was back and he hurried for the door and closed it after a quick look around the hallway outside. Then his head turned this way and that, completely focused as he moved along the stone walls, stopping at one point near a closed cabinet where he knocked against the stones with his knuckles and listened for the sound produced, before continuing until he had crossed the entire chamber. Only then did he halt, breathing deeply, and seemed like he was truly back to his old self. Hands covering his face, he mumbled unintelligibly to himself, before squaring his shoulders, exhaling another deep breath, and turning to face her. Before she could finally ask him what was going on, he noticed Elia. Mouth twisting downwards for a moment, he sketched a quick bow bordering on impoliteness for its shallowness. Ashura knew that he did not like the necessary formal gestures, but he was usually more careful with observing them so that no one had room to take offense. "Please excuse my manner and interruption, Your Grace. An urgent matter, exceedingly private." Elia mustered him for a while, her eyes glancing at her now and again, still surprised from the sudden interruption and her worries hidden away. After smoothing down the front of her dress, she folded her hands in her lap. "I understand." Elia looked at her. "We will speak more another time." Ashura nodded her head as her husband responded with a quick "by your leave" and began leading the way out of the chamber and Magor's towards where their own rooms were located in the Red Keep. Naruto did not speak all the way there and she could see the determination it took not to hasten his pace even more displayed on his face. It was what made her keep her own questions until they arrived and were behind closed doors, though they tingled on the tip of her tongue all the way there. It was not until they were inside, the door locked and bolted, and the listening holes attached to a hidden nook next to the fireplace checked for one of Vary's little birds, that the time for talking had truly come. "I screwed up," Naruto said, sourly, once he had tiredly seated himself in one of the chairs, the fingers of his right hand massaging temple and forehead while those of the scarred left restlessly fiddled with the chair's unadorned armrest. "Just because I couldn't keep my damned mouth shut." Taking a chair opposite his own, Ashura leaned forward and laid a consoling hand on his knee. "Tell me." His left immediately sought her hand, abandoning his fiddling to thread their fingers together. She felt the heat, marked and decidedly unnatural, given off by the crimson mark on his skin. It was still as furiously red and hot as it had been when they met the first time, a persistent reminder of the horror and fury unleashed in old Valeria during and even before the doom, as she had learned. There were also the small punctures in his palm, flecks of dried blood remaining on the surrounding skin. From their even spacing, she knew how they had occurred immediately. "Roga," Naruto began quietly. He spoke of Valeria and his family, at first. of Danes the dreamer and escaping the doom. Of things known for many centuries, things that must and would be. What the point of it all was originally supposed to be, I don't know. We never reached that point. He sighed heavily, frustrated. Prophecy and fate and destiny, that is what it is all about, for him. All this. His hand swept the room in an encompassing gesture and there was a spark of anger in his eyes. All predetermined, in his view. Ashura squeezed their joined hands, trying to show support while also wordlessly asking him to carry on. There had to be yet more to all of it. A few moments of empty quiet passed between them as he seemed to search for the words, the corners of his mouth turning downwards in what seemed to her a mixture of remaining anger and guilt. I acted out of anger unwisely when I realized the extent of it. I provoked him when I shouldn't have and nearly did something very drastic when he alluded to certain threats. Ashura knew, by the way her husband looked at her and by the near animalistic fury displayed as he bared his teeth when thinking about what had happened, just what kind of threat Roraga might have alluded to. It explained very clearly why he had acted the way he had upon seeing her. Her throat was tight for a moment, the breath she had sucked in on reflex colder than it should be for all the things implied and understood without direct words. She did not know the king, she had to remind herself. She was not his friend even as one of Elia's ladies, not anymore. She was another subject now, another noble lady among many. The moment of panic passed eventually, the cold grasp on her heart loosening slightly. Taking a deep breath, Ashura did her best to reconsider the matter carefully. She did not know the king well, that was true, but she knew the man somewhat better, and she knew her brother, who Roraga called his closest friend and confidant. That led her to a somewhat different conclusion. Only a warning, I think. A reminder. No more than that. I hope she allowed only in the confines of her mind, a slight tightness lingering in her throat. Naruto did not look reassured. Leaning forward he took her other hand in his own as well, turning them in his palms and letting his thumbs trace across her skin. I dislike it all the same. Warning, reminder, or more than that. Ashura saw the thoughts and intent in his lowered eyes and the stubborn set of his jaw. It felt like a stone dropping in her stomach. She forcefully stopped his caresses and urged him to meet her gaze. You cannot truly consider this foolishness, she hissed. I will not have us live in infamy, have our children raised as outlaws. As expected, her husband was not cowed. He is mad, just like his father. Different maybe, but no lesser for it. And why would that be? She did not give him time to answer. Because he sees some deeper meaning in it all. Have there been secret burnings I am unaware of? Wanton murder in the streets on his orders? Crew he has Lioness Stark. His voice was simple, calm, but something cold lurked in the depths of his eyes. Of course he does, Ashura exhaled, all the rebuttals leaving her with the breath, and buried her face in her hands. It was too much, all of it, and she could not quite decide between weeping or laughing at the absurdity of it all. In the end she did neither, barely, simply sitting and trying to give her mind time to think through it all. She did not even consider a lie or half-truth. It fit too well, explained too much too easily. Roraga's original departure, the paths Naruto had found in his attempts to track him down, and the continued absence of her brother and Sir Oswell. Gentle arms embraced her, picked her up like she weighed no more than a feather, and she simply buried herself further in his chest while Naruto carried her to a wide, cushioned seat and whispered sweet nothings in her ear as he stroked her back. Ashura gladly accepted the comfort he gave, the sheltering warmth she felt whenever she was in his arms. She took no joy in quarreling with him, short-lived as it had been, though better this than to have unspoken disagreements fester below the surface. No one would know it was me, if I did not want them to, Naruto said quietly, and she allowed the words hang in the night air for a time. She thought not of Roger or his father, but of Elia and her children. Tywin would not spare Aegon or Rhaenys if he had the opportunity, but until any alliance with the Lannisters was finalized in the way Elia envisioned, Roger was the only thing guaranteeing his own family's safety. His death would wreak chaos in the realm unlike Aerys' demise. With only children remaining as possible heirs, there would be dreadful consequences. Robert Baratheon would not bow to or accept terms from a child, whether a son of Aerys or Roger, and she could not imagine that a majority of the other great lords would do so either, not when three were aligned against them already. The realm balanced on a thin knife, put there by Roger and Aerys both, but willfully tipping it to either side without anything in place to balance the weight was just as mad. No, Ashura answered eventually, though some anxiety remained from the potential risk to her and her child. She raised her head from where it had been tucked under his chin and met his eyes, calmer now than they had been. At the moment it would only make things worse, I think. Naruto held her gaze for a few quiet seconds before his eyes softened and he leaned forward to press his lips to her forehead. Then I'll play along for now, until you are safe. If I can find the Stark girl after that, maybe we can somehow resolve all this. Before they could meet with her brother the next day, court demanded their attention. Roger sat the Iron Throne, high up above all those gathered in the great hall of the Red Keep, whether courtiers, nobles and knights that were part of the armies gathered at the capital, or small folk come to petition the king and his council. Ashura found her eyes drawn to him as he sat and listened to the words, wondering if there would be some sign she would spot of whether his words had truly been nothing more than a sharp reminder of unalterable realities. But Roger did not spare her or Naruto even a glance, attentively listening to the issues and concerns brought before him, though he spoke little. Many of the judgments he left to his newly appointed Master of Laws, among them a dispute about bread size and another about the quality of arrowheads blamed in turn on the iron delivered, a case of inheritance with two conflicting wills, and a marital conflict where the wife's father accused her husband of having gone beyond the lawful 6 strikes as punishment for adultery. Grandmaster Pycelle was asked to determine the truth of the matter and inspected the welts on the woman's thighs and back, before pronouncing that more than 6 strikes had taken place. The husband had attempted to hide the additional marks by striking the same spots again but had lacked the accuracy to do so successfully. In the end Lord Tarly gave the father leave to take a rod to the husband for those strikes beyond 6 that had taken place, as recompense for the wife. Then he ordered the king's justice to repeat the task as recompense for the broken law. With all sides satisfied, the matter was dismissed. Roger's words whenever he chose to speak them were usually a matter of exact punishments. Compared to the severe and harsh Lord Tarly he seemed a notably merciful king, though Ashura thought that without the direct comparison no one would have made note of it. Most likely, that was part of the reason for the appointment. Eventually, no further petitions were entertained for the day, and the remaining line of merchants, craftsmen, and other workers was ushered from the large chamber after a loud call from the herald. Usually, a significant part of the morning might be filled this way, but today something else was planned. Roger gave a signal to his small council, gathered around a long table at the foot of the Iron Throne where Sir Jonathan and Sir Barristan stood guard, and the topics turned to the realm and the war. It was quickly apparent that Roger had been busy making many a decision for some time now, decisions on the realm as he wished it to be after the rebellion was dealt with, most of which were now being announced to the court for the first time. There were plenty of lands and titles that would change hands by the end of this rebellion. Keeps and towns with new lords or knights, a border shifted one way here and another way there, houses centuries old finding themselves with little more than their name and history, and other benefits and positions of influence handed out generously to those supporting Roriger's kingship against all threats. Lord Carlton Chelsted, who had been returned his position as Master of Coin for now, stood from his seat, a large sheaf of papers in his hand, and pitched his voice to carry across the hall as he read the king's words. His Grace, Roriger of the House Targaryen, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm hereby decrees that he cleared his throat, raising the parchment slightly, decrees that Gulltown with all its incomes and titles shall be returned to House Grafton through its closest remaining heir, the young Lord Goran Grafton whose well-being we all pray for. In addition, the lands of House Royce of Runestone shall be reduced, so that the following villages, farms, and settlements may henceforth pay their dues and taxes to the Graftons of Gulltown and their lord instead. These settlements are, Stonecliff, Rivertown by the Spring, Wheat Bay of the East. There were more names after that, near all of which were too small to be found on most maps, though Ashura did not doubt that House Royce would know quickly exactly how much they stood to lose once word reached them. The Vale was dealt with quickly after that. With so few remaining loyal to the Iron Throne, it was far easier to wait for the deciding battles to determine who would be able to retain their lands and titles or to simply punish the entire region as a whole by raising taxes. The Stormlands were tackled instead. Unsurprisingly, House Connington was to be richly rewarded, their lands doubling in size, while House Baratheon and Robert's closest supporters lost land and incomes in the droves. House Caron would gain much as well, with a new lordship and seat for Lord Brienne's second son in addition to the lands stripped from his neighboring lords. Ashura wondered for a moment if Jon might not also become Lord Paramount of the Stormlands by the end of it all, reducing House Baratheon to their legendary seat and little more, but if any such change was planned, it was not announced today. When all the decisions and changes had been declared, Chelsted used the natural pause to wet his throat with some wine before matters turned to the Riverlands. The Wents, still besieged at Harrenhal, gained lands and honors from Roriger, as did the Daearis and Mutongs, though both had been ousted from their keeps and lands by the rebel armies that had descended on them. A few other houses west of the God's Eye stood to gain as well, but the far larger part would be subject to attainder or a significant reduction in their influence and station. Some smaller nobles were reduced to landed knights and some others retained only their title without any of the accompanying means. House Tully was chief among the losses incurred, for they had been given their positions and titles by Aegon I after the conquest and had forfeited any claims besides Riverrun itself by turning against House Targaryen. Queerly absent from that deluge of loss was House Blackwood of Raventree Hall, though whether it was the Blackwood blood of Roriger's great-grandmother influencing the decision or some other development she was not aware of, Ashura could not say. When the herald suddenly called for Sir Naruto of the East to present himself, her throat seemed to close, fingers digging harshly into her husband's arm. Their eyes met for a moment, understanding passing between them, and that singular moment was all the panic she allowed herself before loosening her grip and allowing him to move before the king. Naruto betrayed no discomfort in his movements or posture as made his way through the crowd of courtiers, knights, and nobles. Standing in front of the steps leading to the council table and Iron Throne clad in shades of yellow and red, he knelt. Though she wagered most others would not have, she saw the way he subtly tightened his hands into fists in an attempt to work out the tension he was feeling. One of her hands came to rest on her stomach, for the tension she herself felt creeping in. Lord Chelstead cleared his throat and announced, "It is the wish of His Grace that leal service be rewarded appropriately, no matter its origin. For his valorous deeds during the defense against the treacherous assault on Dragonstone by rebel forces, as well as his continued actions supporting the Iron Throne and House Targaryen, Sir Naruto shall henceforth be Lord Naruto and thereby create his own house and sigil. His lands shall stretch from Fairmarket to the headwaters of the Blue Fork and, once restored with the Crown's assistance, Old Stones will serve as his keep." Still on his knees, Naruto raised his head, looking at Roger. "You honor me, Your Grace." They held each other's gaze in silence, and there was an unspoken challenge there that Ashura should have expected. Her husband was too stubborn to not show defiance, if only in this small way while she was still in King's Landing. "Your deeds demanded rewarding, my lord. You honored yourself," Roger replied calmly before motioning for things to proceed. As Naruto stood and walked back to her side, Ashura wondered how the honor had been meant in truth. Was this Roger forgiving words spoken in anger and extending an olive branch, or simply another reminder opposite to the last? Generous as the rewards were, understanding them for the empty gesture they currently presented, was easy enough. Ashura had never visited Old Stones herself, but she knew enough. It was a decrepit ruin, and if there was much more than the foundations remaining, she would be surprised. Most likely, near every brick would have been pilfered to build septs, holdfasts, or anything else in need of cut stone. 2 years, if not more, before a new stone keep would be finished, though it would be livable before that. Surrounded on all sides by lords whose lands they had just been granted, there would be numerous disputes whenever someone got it into their mind to test them. A king's favor would deal with much of that, and therefore the message clear. Naruto reached her as the next announcements were being made. His slight frown faded for a smile, and he pressed a short kiss to her lips, before standing next to her and drawing her as close to his side as propriety allowed. "Those are good, fertile lands, and control over the Blue Fork has many advantages," Ashura whispered so that only he could hear the words as matters turned to the fate of House Raja. The two of them would lack for nothing if things proceeded as Roger was planning. Naruto glanced at her, one hand distractedly running over the sapphire and emerald set into the hilt of his Valyrian steel dagger. "It is another game," he replied, grumbling. Clearly, all the implications had not escaped him. But he said no more of it, listening attentively as matters turned to the north. It was where there came another surprise. For there was next to nothing even resembling the treatment the Riverlands or Stormlands had received. A tax on timber and furs from the north, raised by 1 part in 20 for the next 5 years. No more. All in all, the gold raised that way would be significant for any one lord on either side of the neck, but that meant little when the talk was of former kingdoms, especially the one near as big as all the others put together. Ashura wondered if they had misjudged Roger's views of Lyanna Stark. That perhaps it was more than only another child he cared about. Or perhaps Naruto was even more right about him than she thought. Before she could come to an actual conclusion on the matter, the realm was handled for today. There was one last matter to be addressed. Sir Jaime Lannister the Herald, called as 2 Targaryen guardsmen, half escorted half dragged the shackled member of the King's Guard into the hall, trailing behind Sir Gerald Hightower. Quiet set into the great hall, the importance of the situation readily apparent to everyone. Though he had clearly been given the opportunity to wash, Jaime Lannister had been sitting in a dark and dirty cell for a quarter of a year, and the toll that had taken was obvious. The muscles and strength gained by years of training as a knight had begun a retreat from his frame, leaving him lean and pale and wasted, but he still held his head high and proud. The space in front of the steps leading to the Iron Throne was quickly cleared of people, and that was where the group of 4 stopped. Sir Gerald bowed his head to Roriger before positioning himself at Jaime's back, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. With a twist of a heavy iron key and a metallic rattle, the shackles binding his hands together were opened and the 2 guardsmen stepped away to give him some room. Without a blade and surrounded by armed men in armor, even someone as talented as the young Lannister did not present any threat. Jaime used the freedom he had been given to rub his wrists while looking around the room and meeting the many faces gathered in the hall. His cat-green eyes glanced over the septon of the most devout in his crystal coronal and silver vestments, the pyromancer in his thick brown robes standing at the back of a group of onlookers, and the gaggle of young knights from the southern riverlands peacocking in their fine doublets as they met his gaze. He ignored the Lords Rosby, Stokeworth, and Staunton, as he did all the other nobles from different corners of the realm, familiar and not. He stopped for a moment on the face of his uncle, flanked by 2 Lannister knights. Sir Kevan had adopted a stony expression upon his nephew's entrance and gave only a shallow nod of acknowledgement. Jaime Lannister finished his inspection of the surroundings by sneering at the white swords at the foot of the throne. Such an impressive group of people gathered in this hall. My noble lords and ladies must excuse me, if I had known who was gathering to see me, I would have attired myself more appropriately. Sir Jaime shrugged shoulders covered by nothing but a thin linen shirt and smiled a lion's smile. Then he looked at Roriger seated high above and bowed with a mocking twist of the lips. And before our new king as well. Forgive me, your grace, it truly does not befit me. Much as Ashura could understand the reasons for Sir Jaime's behavior, she did not think it particularly wise in the current situation. Sir Gerald clearly did not approve either. Scowling fiercely beneath his helmet, he raised his hand for a reprimand, but Roriger stopped him by raising a hand of his own, wordlessly demanding attention. Sir Jaime, I did not have you brought here so that you might have an audience to address. You are to stand trial today for the crimes you have been accused of. Lord Tarly rose from his seat as Master of Laws, his face hard as he spoke. Sir Jaime of House Lannister. You stand accused of murdering your charge, treacherously and cowardly in the black of night as he slept. You stand accused of regicide and of breaking your sworn oath as a knight of the King's Guard. You stand accused of treason. What say you? I say that it wasn't me. Lies, shouted Lord Simund Staunton, who had proposed Sir Jaime as the true identity of the mystery knight at Harrenhal to Erisias, a theory the late king had heartily embraced for 2 days even if it had been obviously impossible. Brazen lies. You blame another man for the crime. Who then? Roriger asked calmly. A faceless one or a sorrowful one or one of the stable boys? Find whoever you wish to blame, so long as it is another. I deny any crime. I have stayed true to my vows without fail, as a knight and a member of the King's Guard both. My sword is clean of king's blood. My dagger as well, before any here think to ask, he quipped defiantly. Roriger continued, seemingly paying the manner of his answer little mind. On the night in question, you guarded my father's bedchamber, correct? Sir Jaime glanced to his back and seemed to bite back another quick-witted response. The Lord Commander had assigned me the night's watch. Roriger nodded, accepting words he already knew to be the truth. Who then were the last people you granted entrance and exit to the king's bedchamber on that night as you stood guard? The chambermaids, came the answer after a moment of silent thought, this time without any snook. King Aerys had been visited by one of the Grand Master's servants before and complained of discomfort. They brought him different pillows and left again, and the king slept soundly. Grand Maester Pycelle. The grey man stood, one hand playing with the end of his long beard. A simple sleeping draught meant to soothe the mind and body. The late king had professed dissatisfaction with his rest to me some days before, and the potion's effects had been helping him. Roriga signaled for the old maester to sit down again. If none else entered afterwards, how then do you explain my father's passing? After all, there are no other doors leading to the chamber. Or do you accuse the chambermaids of the foul deed? I wager they are equally as guilty as I am. I presume that means they should be fetched so that they might be accused equally as well. It would only be fair, after all. Sir Gerald did not raise his hand for a strike as he had before, but he leaned forward, angry revulsion written plainly across his strong features, and said something Ashura could not hear. Jamie flinched, for a moment just the boy of 16 that he was, and then scowled fiercely as if daring anyone to mention the momentary lapse. If I may, Your Grace, Grand Maester Pycelle asked, standing from the council table. When Roriga motioned for him to speak, he explained. Though there are no other doors to the king's bedchamber, 2 large windows present enough room for one who is so inclined to pass through. Ashura's eyes found her husband for a moment. Naruto noticed her questioning glance and gave a distracted, near imperceptible nod, answering the unspoken question. That is a 40-foot drop on 2 hard iron spikes, all the while scaling a sheer wall without handholds, Lord Tali countered roughly. That is no option at all, Grand Maester. Pycelle accepted the words with a nod, thin lips downturned. I thought only that the matter should be mentioned for all to hear, so that none may be able to twist the facts laid out by this council and his grace. I thank you, Grand Maester, but Lord Tali is correct, Roriga put in reasonably. Though the act of climbing in that situation is not inconceivable, we are talking of murdering a king after all. The facts do not support the option. Only equipment would make the feat possible, and there were neither traces left behind nor did anybody hear the accompanying sounds. The door is the only way, and Sir Jamie maintains that none entered as he stood guard. Ashura saw the moment the young Lannister reached his limit. Even if it meant he was innocent, implying that he had failed in guarding the door clearly gnawed at his pride as well. Enough of this, Sir Jamie said, looking first at the king's guard at the foot of the throne and then at Roriga. There is an easier solution, one that keeps me from having to listen to another word of this farce. Let the warrior decide. I demand trial by combat. For a moment a hush fell over those gathered in the great hall, which was quickly replaced by excitement. Whispers and mutterings rose, considering implications, potential fallout, or simply expressing enjoyment for the drama of the proceedings. As heralds called for silence to return, Ashura looked at her husband again. There was a storm in Naruto's blue eyes, fixed on the young lion standing in the center of it all, and his hand was restlessly fiddling with his dagger again. She knew he felt responsible, and it was not difficult to realize what he was considering. That is your right, Sir Jamie, Roriga said when order had been restored. He nodded his head again. That is your right as both a knight and noble son. I ask for the honor, Your Grace, Sir Gerald's voice boomed in the hall. So that I might erase this blemish on the king's guard. Jamie sneered, mouth twisting viscously at the righteous anger in the Lord Commander's voice. Roriga mustered the 2 knights standing below him, before solemnly inclining his head at Sir Gerald. Then he looked at the young Lannister again. Considering your physical state, do you wish to make use of a champion? Naruto looked ready to offer himself for the role, but before he could open his mouth and say the words, Jamie Lannister angrily chose himself. I'm no craven. My own sword will prove my innocence. I have no need for another to fight my battles for me. Very well, the king accepted, letting the insult slide. Then his eyes found the scepter in his crystal coronal for a moment as he stood from the throne. The gods shall decide your fate, innocent or guilty. In consideration of the situation, the trial will take place in a moon's time. With those words, Roraga dismissed the matter and the court. A few hours later, with Naruto next to her and her elder brother mustering her harshly from the opposite side of a table in their chambers, Ashura sipped lemon sweet. Have you lost your mind, Ashura? Setting down her glass and calming her husband with a touch, she met Alaric's eyes. No, I have not. I wish to benefit you and House Dane while also admittedly gaining something for my own family as well. I fail to see of what benefit this proposal could be for anyone but yourself. Please, enlighten me. She breathed deeply, reminding herself that Alaric was not necessarily reacting this way to the situation. Grief was finding another outlet here, and seeing her and Naruto with a child on the way to boot was only bringing it to the surface. Being separated from Kerala by a call to arms certainly had not helped. You fail to see because you don't yet know what I do. Had the situation been different, had there been no rebellion or disagreement with Roraga, Ashura would have been content taking things slow. She might have reminded her brother of the common view that the Red Mountains harbored plentiful resources. Difficult to access maybe, but plentiful nonetheless. Reminded him of the old silver mine near Starfall that had been abandoned once it had run dry centuries ago. She might have played on the tales of Princess Nymeria she herself had recalled when seeing Naruto's abilities for the first time, or strung together some story about queer abilities from the Far East. Just showing him was rather blunt, but also evocative and simple. Though they only intended a demonstration, they had covered the listening holes in the wall and done another sweep of the chambers for any other means of spying. The door was bolted as well. Turning to Naruto, she gently squeezed his hand. Show him, please. Gladly he smiled and reached for the carafe of water standing on the table. Filling a goblet, he let his right hand hover over the rim and closed his eyes. Water moved, undulating in curious patterns as it rose to meet his hand. Naruto turned his palm so it faced the ceiling and the liquid followed, gathering over his hand in a calm sphere. Splaying his fingers outwards, the sphere began spinning slowly. Gods be good. For all the shock of the exclamation, there was calculation in Alaric's pale violet eyes, his mind already at work making the conclusion she had come to months ago, on that fateful day on Dragonstone. She indicated to Naruto that this display would suffice, and he allowed the water to drop away from his control. And that is not even the end of it. I am giving you the option of accessing a resource unseen in Dawn for perhaps 1,000 years and even more beyond that. None else know, yet, but you are my brother. As Naruto sat back down next to her, Alaric stared off into space, his mind somewhere far away. But he did not linger long, quickly returning fully immersed in his role as the Lord of Starfall. Mining, you said. Among other things, yes. Silver, gold, copper, iron, he can pinpoint it among the surrounding rock, she said, simplifying. What exactly will be found I cannot say at this point, but it is guaranteed that something will. Perhaps not the bounty of the Westerlands, but a bounty. More than it currently is. Alaric considered her carefully, one finger tapping a rhythm on the desk. Let us say I believe it all. Even if my initial costs are made whole first, 8 parts in 20 is too much. High, I grant you, but worth it. In the first place, the bounty would be largely useless without us. But there is room to speak of exact amounts, Ashura allowed. Below the table, Naruto ran a thumb along the back of her hand, the amusement he felt clear through touch alone.